Check. Check. Microphone check. Microphone check. Microphone check. All right. Microphone check. Hotep, c'est nous. Hotep Senu Hena Senut Iti Ren Ishakandugu Kemet. Brothers and sisters, I hope you're doing well. We already have some people in a place to be. I will go through the comments later on, but thank you for being here. I'm about to share that I'm live streaming on Twitter. It's done. I'm realizing that I forgot one thing. I forgot to check one thing. Now, from what I can see, the video quality doesn't look that great, at least on the desktop. Let me see on the mobile phone. On the mobile phone, it looks better, probably because the screen is smaller. Let me check the sound. It looks better, probably because the screen is smaller. Okay, it has slightly improved on the desktop view, so let me check and see if it works, which I should have done, but I have so many things in my mind. So let me try to share a video. Let me try and share. Oh, there we go. There we go. I need to convert the video. I need to convert the video. That's the only thing that I forgot to do now. There's some video converter website, and I will try to use that. Shouldn't be too long. It's giving me trouble now. Okay, let me see. Now, thank you for bearing with me, brothers and sisters. I will go through the comments later on, so feel free to leave the comments. I did mention Runoko Rashidi stating that Moor means black. And I went through my channel. I searched. I couldn't find. On the other hard drive, I found that particular video where I'm just quoting from Golden Age of the Moor. And that's what I wanted to share with you, because you know how I like to substantiate what I'm saying. It's very important. See, because I could be lying or I could be making a mistake. Sometimes it happens, and it's good to be able to show and improve. Okay. So I would like to share with you now. Okay, it's WMV. WMV to MP4. Shouldn't take too long. So let's see what it do now. First one, convert. All right. It's not the fastest, but it shouldn't take too long. I have several videos, not only Runoko Rashidi, I have Booker T. Coleman, who goes by another name today. I have George, let me double check. John G. Jackson. I have Ivan Van Sertima. I have someone else that many of you probably don't know. Okay, downloads. Okay, it's not that that long. So now that this is done, let me try to share it now for the first video, which is very short, but the others will be longer. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and proceed. If I can do all of them at the same time, which I can. It's lovely. Great. So let me try now that I have converted the format.
Means black. Like Negro, Ethiopian. Moor means black. Moor is not a people. Moor is a color.
So you've heard, and let me check. I want to see how it sounds.
Ethiopian.
Great, the sound is great. You've heard Booker T. Coleman saying that Moor, listen to it again.
Like Negro, Ethiopian. Moor means black. Moor is not a people. Moor is a color.
So Booker T. Coleman said that Moor means black. If you're not aware with the Moors, we don't really hear too much about them. Well, at least we don't hear about them like we used to. I mean, back in 2008, because they are fence riding and claiming so many cultures at the same time. So they impressed a lot of people back then, because back then people were not really searching and double checking and fact checking, you see. So many Moors claim Egyptian science, Islam, and some of them Christianity and even Judaism. They will have a symbolism of different religion. They also claim certain South America, North America as well, Morocco, Atlantis, Lemuria, fictional and fictional people, as well as historical people like the Moabites, for example. They are all over the place, really. So there's a video called Deception of Asiatic Black Men, and you will see that all this Asiatic Black Men movement derived from Freemasonry. Okay. Today, people don't check that much, but they do check a little bit more than back then, than in the past. So let me see. Oh my goodness. Okay. I've clicked convert, so it's going to convert now. I thought that when I selected the files, it would convert automatically, but I can't complain. I can't complain. It's a great tool online, so it is making it do what it do right now. So I can put the other videos, and we will see that together. So all that to say that the Moors have been very famous for claiming that they are not black, for claiming that they are not Africans. And many times they try to explain or give a excuse or rationalization, the rationale for them not claiming to be, for them claiming to not be black, not be African, allegedly because African derives from a European languages, that it's a European term, you see. But here we have, and besides, Moor is also derived from European language, and we will see that shortly. We will see that shortly, you see. So this video doesn't have anything to do with me addressing a particular Moor who dissed committing people back then. It's not about that. This is something that I've shared years ago. I have a page on my website where all these videos were available, but unfortunately, you have some Asiatic black men who have been going on some flagging campaigns, and that's why the videos are no longer there. Otherwise, I would have shared that link that I have actually shared in the past, but we will see these videos together. So let me see your uploading status. Oh. Okay. I will do them one at a time, because if I do them all, it takes too long. Okay, while I wait for the video, I will read the comments, okay? Now we have Morris Chester who wrote, "Lol. What's making you laugh, brother?" We have Born W. Farid who wrote, "Peace to you." And he wrote, "Don't delete this. I'm at work and I cannot see it right now." Now, I don't remember being familiar with that username, but judging from what he wrote, I can tell that he has seen a few of my live streams. Sometimes there's no participation, there's nobody, so I put an end to the live stream. You know, sometimes I want to flow, other times I want interaction, and whenever I want interaction, I inform the people, you know, if you don't call in, if you don't participate, then, you know, we're going to call it a day. So it has happened a few times that there was no participation, and I just put an end to the live stream. Now, Asiatic Lion wrote, "Peace, Shaka, peace to you, brother." And he added, "Love Runoko Rashidi, may Allah be pleased with the elder." And Brandon Hall wrote, "Respect, bro. Respect to you, brother." And we also have Chico Muhammad. "¿Qué pasó, Chico? Jorale, vato." Peace to you. So, in the meantime, feel free if you have any questions or comments, because once again, for those who don't know, the videos are okay. I have another one. Oh my goodness. That's number 5. And this one, that should be number 2. Okay, so 2 and 5. Now, 2 and 5. So I'll put, okay, 3 and 4. I'll put 3 and 4. And 4. Okay, where is 2? There it is. Let me check something just briefly. Okay, this one I will not share. Now let me share video number 2.
People were called Moors, okay? Moors. Today they say the word Moor, they spell it with two O's, Moor. It comes from the Latin word Moor, M-A-U-R-O, Maro. Maro is a word simply means black people.
Okay, now it comes from the Latin means Umar Bay. So you can look him up. Himself, he considers himself as a Moor. Okay, and let's see.
M-A-U-R-O, Maro. Maro. Simply means black people.
And he also said it simply means black people. All right. So the double standard is obvious. Oh no, we know Africans because African comes from Africa. Africa comes from Scipio Africanus. So they claim. So they claim. So allegedly, because it's a European term, we should not label ourselves after a European term. But the term Moor, according to Umar Shabazbeh, derives from the Latin Moro. Now, I don't think anybody will claim that Latin is a language that belongs or that was brought forth by black people, by melanated people. Now, many times you will hear people of the Moorish persuasion using terms like melanated because they don't like to use it. I did notice that. So, that again. I'm sorry that you have to bear with me, but I have a lot going on. And as you know, I'm not supported. You know, the people who defend rapists and pedophiles, they get thousands of dollars every month. So I'm not trying to throw any shade. I'm just saying what it is. I work full time. I work full time. So all these things that I do, it's out of my personal time. And by the way, it is midnight right here in Europe. Well, in France, where I'm residing. It is midnight, brothers and sisters. And I'm not trying to talk like I'm suffering, like I'm going to trial and tribulation, but I'm just saying. I went to work today, and now it's midnight. So cut me some slack or bear with me. 3, 4. But feel free if you have any questions or comments in the meantime. Asiatic Lion wrote, I agree Moor in its variants means black, often militant and prestigious. Now, back in 08, so many Moors were saying, no, we're not black. We're not black, we're Moors. Moor means black. And that a thing. I remember one Moor who was given a opportunity to speak on a large platform, and he was saying, black means scorched. We're not black. Black means scorched. So you'll see what's coming next. In the meantime, we have Nuku Ameiba who wrote, bro, we appreciate your work. Thank you. And brothers and sisters, it is so nice to read messages like that. It is nice because it's a sentence of appreciation, and it is nice because the people who will see the live stream, they will be able to witness that there is indeed some appreciation. I must admit, however, that a lot of things have changed. Maybe the numbers help. There's 19,000 subscribers, and I've been doing work for a long time. But back then, it's as if I constantly had to show and prove and to defend myself because I was being attacked on a very constant and regular basis. But many of you have not seen that. But some of you have followed me from way back, and you remember that sometimes the brothers and sisters, they will allude to that. They'll say, I remember back then when they used to go at you and all that. I mean, can you believe it, brothers and sisters, that I was an agent? Can you believe that? Just because I disagree with Asiatic black men lessons that says that black means death, that Africans are living a jungle life, and that Africans are not civilized. Just because I disagree with that, they labeled me an agent. It was messy back then. But that was back then, That was back then. Asiatic Lion wrote, you are indeed appreciated, brother. And remember, brothers and sisters, as nice as it is to read some messages of encouragement, you can make a donation either via paypal.com/Ma'at Forever, or you can do so on Cash App. And it will probably change there. It will not stay long, but it is just Cash App, $Ma'at Forever. Now, Jabrut Hebrew Slayer wrote, what language was the first Greeks writing in? Wow. That question, I'm not sure if what language was the first Greek writing in? I don't really know what you mean by first Greeks, but if they're not writing in Greek, what script would they be using? I don't know if you're trying to go to the Phoenician or the Phoenician alphabet and all that. I really don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. Really. But are you trying to make a point, brother Jabrut Hebrew Slayer? Are you trying to make a point with the term Moor deriving from moro, which actually is Latin according to Umar Shabazz Bey? But when we hear Runoko Rashidi, and actually let me check the video, he will mention some Greek term, probably moros, but we will see that together. It's not bloody converting. Like all this time. Oh my goodness. I have all the videos prepared, but they are not in MP4 format. And just as I was about to start the live stream, that's when it kicked in that the video sharing option with the software that I use, it works only with MP4, so I have to convert. That's the situation. But it's good to have some break in between the uploads or the video share, let's say. It's the upload for me, it's the video share for you. Convert to MP4. Convert to MP4. Convert. Okay. Let's see what it does. Now, I have Chico Mohammed who wrote, Okay. I'm sorry, there was a connection issue. So if it keeps playing up, I will try using my mobile phone connection. So Hard Code is anonymous and unidentified. He has called in many times. He had opportunity to speak many times. He claims to be indigenous to America, and he basically claims that African Americans don't have anything to do or don't have much to do with Africans. To me, it's like Chinese American saying, we don't have anything to do with China. We don't come from China. We were indigenous to this land. We were there before America was even a nation or a corporation. So, and he has also made some videos going at me and other people. Now, I scrolled through a couple of them. I did not listen to his video in full. He was quite angry because at one point I told him, since you're being slick and disrespectful, you know what I'm saying, just show your face and then you're good. But he doesn't want to do that, and that's his choice. So what else could I add? I think I'll leave it there. Now we have Marja Very Johnson. Peace to you. Are you the daughter of the pastor? I hope I'm not having you confused with another sister, but I know you came in a few times before. Now, Jabrut Hebrew Slayer wrote more. Okay, watch this video. Has finished uploading. Really, I'm downloading it now. It's ready. Okay, before I read this comment, let me share a video of Unoko Rashidi.
People call the Muslims, the unlimited research, is around the 4th century BCE. More or less about that period of time. And they are mentioned as a people in North Africa. And I think generally the term is not Moor, but it's a term of which Moor is a derivative of, but that term would be Moros or Mari. I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly, but you spell it, Mari would be spelled M-A-U-R-E. And I think Moros is M-A-U-R-O-S, and that term means scorched. Okay? And this applies to a particular group of people in Northwest Africa.
So you heard it. Runoko Rashid is saying that the term Moor derives from Greek, but there will be a more precise quote from the book The Golden Age of the Moor, edited by Avan van Sertima. There is an entry or an article, let's say. There's an article by Runoko Rashidi, and that's what we will see shortly. So download. And I think, how many more do I have? How many more of these do I have? Yeah, no, this one can be discarded. So I have 6, 7, 8. Okay. Okay, so now I think it's the one actually, the one where Runoko Rashidi has written the article for that is in the book The Golden Age of the Moor. So and keep the comments going, brothers and sisters. I will go through the comments after. Brothers and sisters, don't nobody want to Oh, I forgot to say there is a super chat for those who are not familiar with that. Underneath the comment section, you have like a dollar sign, and people are free to make super chats. Now, before people used to make super chat, I don't know what happened, but feel free as well. Even if it's $1, the minimum amount, it's important to participate. If you appreciate my work, then feel free to support me every now and then. Now let's share this video.
Concur with you 100%, Father. If you don't mind, I'd like to share with you some information with some specific dates and some names.
Okay, all right. I can read directly, but for the record, you will hear the quote where it comes from.
That may be able to assist you with the question that you had as well, if you don't mind. I have a.
Yeah, go ahead. If you can maybe speak a bit louder, please, brother.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. On page 27 of Golden Age of the Moor.
All right, so you heard it. It's page 27 of Golden Age of the Moor. All right. So it says, using Greek and Roman sources, Frank M. Snowden has pointed out that the Maori, a northwest African people whose color received frequent notice, were described as nigri, black, and adusty, scorched. The Roman dramatist Plautus, between 254 and 184 BC, maintained that the Latin word morus was a synonym for Niger. In contrasting the Moors of the 6th century with another racial group in North Africa, Procopius, circa 550, wrote that they were not black-skinned like the Moors. Isidore, a Catholic scholar, and the I think I made a mistake there. I think it's Archbishop of Seville, 587 to 636, wrote that the word morus meant black. Okay? So predate okay, I had some connection issue. This, why is it going away? Okay, these certifications predate the invasion of the Muslims, the European, or let's say no, the Muslim invasion of Europe. That many Moors and other Asiatic black men and other people who are not necessarily Asiatic black men, some people claim, okay, black people invaded Europe. No, it was Muslims who invaded Europe. Amongst those Muslims, some of them were black. Some of them were black African. And what is funny is that the Moors and many other Asiatic black men don't want to associate themselves with Africa or with Africans, in the sense that they claim that they don't come from the continent of Africa. Also, they like to distance themselves from the appellation, not to say the branding, of African, because it's supposedly derived from white people. That it's a white term or European term. So, for a strange reason, when it comes to claiming the conquest of Europe, they don't have any problem now claiming the Moors, who supposedly or allegedly invaded Europe. So we have another case of a double standard. Now, let me check. Okay, I'll wait. Let me go through the comments right now. Okay, brothers and sisters. Remove this. Remove this. And have some water. So Jabrut Hebrew Slayer wrote, why is it not showing? I don't know if it's the connection that makes it so, but the okay. Moor means black, but Muslim was race stuff like that. Let me see how it's on my end. It's breaking up. I will so bear with me right now. So like that. How does it sound now? Let's check. I hope it's not breaking up every 2 seconds when I talk. Can you hear me loud and clear? Let me know in the chat. Just typing. Can you hear me okay, brothers and sisters, so far for the last few minutes? Or has it been breaking up when I was talking? Currently the sound is okay now. So Jabrut Hebrew Slayer wrote Moor means, oh yeah, I read that one. Kemet Tish wrote Hotep, brother. Hotep to you. I don't know if you're a brother or a sister. I don't know what Tish will be. Going to download that one. The downloading doesn't help, really. It doesn't help because it's using the bandwidth. But I just have 2 more videos to upload and download. I'm multitasking in this piece. Now, Jabrut Hebrew Slayer wrote, if ancient Greeks left writings and story texts, what was their writing in before 9 BCE? I don't know, brother. I don't know. If you know, let us know. For all the years I've been live streaming, it never took so long for the comments to appear. And all of a sudden it's coming now. Okay, so Kemetish wrote, have the French Pan-Africans heard of Professor Oyibo's Gagut, which is a unification of all forces, therefore exceeding Einstein and all? I haven't heard about him. I don't know about the French Pan-Africans, but the French Pan-Africans are rapists and pedophile supporters, thieves supporter, scammers supporters, and they defend anti-Black and anti-African teaching. And they ally themselves with neo-Nazi skinheads. So they are some of the lowest people on the planet Earth. to willingly defend pedophiles and rapists, that's low as hell. Now, in America, there was a scandal about a broader part of the quote-unquote conscious community. He hasn't been sentenced. He has been charged, but there was no trial yet. And so many people have distanced themselves or disassociated themselves from him, even though there was no sentencing yet. Now, the French Pan-Africans, they support and defend people who have been charged, sentenced, condemned in a court of law for rape. So I'll leave it there. Jabrut Hebrew Slayer wrote, America's first treaty was with the Moors, and in parentheses, he wrote Morocco. With Morocco, I have a problem with that. With the Moors, I don't know. I mean, can you show us where the Moors are mentioned in this treaty? I've heard about the treaty with Morocco. I would be surprised if he says, us Moors, the United States of America, or the colony, the British colony of the New World, and us Moors are making a treaty. We will do trade. We will have such and such thing in common. Does he mention the Moors? Still uploading. Still uploading. Asiatic Lion wrote, Mary Moore is correct. Mr. Sharp, it's been a minute. He wrote the Greeks were writing in Phoenician first. This is probably what Jabrut is trying to get to. Chico Muhammad wrote, Moor does mean black, but I think that the foolish and silly Moorish Science Temple of America needs to be left out of any real Moor discussion. They have nothing to do with them. Thank you, Asiatic Lion, for letting me know that the sound is good. Now, Jabrut wrote that it is very choppy. I think he was talking about the sound. And he also added that he will support because he likes my channel. Thank you, but you don't need to wait, brother. And brothers and sisters, you don't need to wait. You can support me right now if you want to. And it's good also when there's super chat, though really PayPal and Cash App are better because you get the totality of what you donate. I mean, the recipient receives the totality of your donation. As when it comes to the super chat, you get it like a month later or so, but they take some of it. But the good thing about the super chat is that the people can see the donations being made so they can understand that the work is truly appreciated to the point where people will make a financial contribution. So, oh, thank you. There are 16 likes. I'm very happy about this because other people have plenty more likes and plenty more people also when they are live streaming. But this is an improvement. This is a progress because I used to have to remind people so many times to hit the like button. And even after doing so, there will not be that many likes. But I don't really recall having told the people to hit that like button. I think I told the people to subscribe, but even if I did, I must have done it once, and there are 16 likes, so I appreciate that. Now there are 3 dislikes, but it's all good, it's all good. And remember also, for those who want to call in, which we will be able to do soon, I'm just sharing the calling link, but I have another 3 videos to share, and then after that, anything goes. Oh, there it is. So I've done, yeah, okay, and I have one more after that. I don't know why it's not showing there. So 7, 8, I don't know what. I don't know what number 9 is not there. Number 6 is struggling. Bloody hell. Oh yeah, there's no longer 9. Okay, that's okay. So 6. Okay, just one more. Okay. Okay, I will share one of the 3 left.
The origins of the word Moor. Just let me give you some examples of the word Moor. There was a brother or gentleman by the name of Richard Hakluyt. He was a traveler in the 1400s who reported that in the old times the people of Africa were called Ethiops or Moors or Moorins, which means that the word Moor was used for anybody of dark complexion. Like Ethiop means land of burnt faces, Moors meant black. In Spanish, mora is blackberry, moreno is dark complexion. Moreno also means sweetheart. Mira, morena. You know, when you say morena in Spanish, sometimes that means sweetheart. Sometimes you say even negrita, that's sweetheart. Why? Because the African woman was the sweetheart of the nation. That is the woman who was held up, just like we hold up the European woman, the blonde, the skinny, all that stuff that we say is the model. In Africa, it was the African woman who was that model of what all perfection was. In French, moricard means dark skin. Morillon means black grape. In Italian, mora means Negro or Moorish female. Mora also means blackberry, which when you go to Spanish, mora means blackberry. And then you have moraiola, M-O-R-A-I-O-L-A, which means a black olive. So you have the derivation of the word Moor, so they can't get out of the concept of what the word meant. The word means black.
What's going on, but I don't know what's going on. I have to click like 3 times on the button. Okay, you heard it again. You have Robert Ran in the place to be. Greetings to you. I have another 2 videos to share. So all those were done. Fine. Do that, do that, do that, do that, do that. Oh, which one is left now? Which one is left? Oh yeah, number 6. Okay, number 6. Number 6. So I have two more videos to share. Convert to MP4. Okay. Yes, peace, brother Ron. Just 2 more videos to share, and then we will be free to talk about whatever you want. About the present, about the past, now the future. It's in the realm of those card readers, those poem readers, those metaphysicians. But if you want to kick it, hey, suit yourself. We are people who know the future. They know the future. They talk about something's going to happen. Like in history, there was a time when nothing was happening. So they will make vague statements. And then when something happens, you see, I told you, I alluded to that. But hey, I will leave it there. To each his hustle. To each his hustle. Those foretellers, for strange reason, can never say, well, you know what? Such and such shouldn't, go out his house that day or that time because he's going to get shot or he's going to get run over by a car, or is going to get beaten or killed by the police, you know. Right, it is what it is. It is what it is. So let me download this video. It looks like the uploading is about to finish, so I can download it then. The download takes a few seconds, so it's not an issue. Come on now. Keep the comments going, brothers and sisters. If you have any statements, any questions, feel free. It's the 5 former of number 6. It's the same. Come on now. I'll try another website in the meantime. That's annoying. Oh, thank you for the thumbs ups, brothers and sisters. We have 19 now. That's good. Keep them coming. For those of you who have not hit that like button, and by all means, do so. It's free of charge. It's not a great effort to click on the button, is it? Oh, there it is. Download. Okay. The audio is finished. I'm downloading it. There we go. So let me share it now. Great. So this one is the one before last. Okay.
Who are these Moors? The word Moor comes from Moros, which means dark, which the Greeks used, and then the Romans made it Mores, and then some people say it also came from Meroe. Moor came from Meroe. When Shakespeare uses it, he means black. Whether it is Othello or whether it is the figure in Titus Andronicus, he sees the Moor as black. Not all the Moors were black.
That was Ivan van Sertima. And interestingly, he said not all the Moors were black. And I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he said that. Now, you see, Asiatic Lion wrote, Moor is a respectable title for black folks in all my studies. But Ivan van Sertima just said that not all Moors were black. We need to bear that in mind. Now, you should always, whenever it's possible, leave the best for the end. So let's listen to Runoko Rashidi.
Once the initial Moorish conquest had been achieved, you have a movement of so-called Arabs into Spain, led by Musa. And once again, Musa is the head. I'm going to pick it up. Musa is the head of the Arab armies that had ordered the conquest of Northwest Africa. Now, although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land, and they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner. Tariq himself is reported to have been publicly rebuked and is struck by a whip by Musa.
Listen again carefully to what was said by Runoko Rashidi.
Rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land. Although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land, and they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner.
We've heard Runoko Rashidi stating that the Africans were treated as second-class citizen. So whenever someone wants to tell you about the high and mighty Moorish accomplishments, you can reply, do you mean the second-class citizen status or the second-class citizen condition? Second-class citizen compared to the Arabs? This is Runoko Rashidi, not me. Now, Asiatic Lion wrote Meroe is a huge one for a variant of Moor. Now, if you go back, brothers and sisters, and you hear Ivan van Sertima, he said there's those who say that Moor comes from Meroe. That's what he stated. That's not his claim. If people want to show a correlation between Meroe and Moor, they are free to do so. I don't think any linguist would agree with that, or historian, or geographer. But this is a problem with us. And I'm not saying all this to have a go at Asiatic Lion. Well, have a go, that's more the British way. I'm not going at Asiatic Lion or getting at Asiatic Lion. I'm talking in general because you've heard it many times say that, oh, we have Mohammed Hotep, I will put you on. Thank you for calling in. It's a good look. I'll put you on very shortly. Many of our people, whenever they see an M and an R, a word with an M and an R, they try to claim Moor. You know, they've done that for so many years. So let me put on our brother, Mohammed Hotep. Greetings to you, brother.
Hotep.
Okay, this was a hard, what's his name again? Hardcore Aquan. Well, he's still there. I just removed him from the panel. Like, you know, it's no beef. If you want to show your face, you're welcome. You know. Now, let me ask him if he wants to show his face. Brother Aquan, are you willing to show your face?
Actually, I am. The only problem is I don't have access to a camera.
Yeah, here comes the excuse.
No, seriously, if I could actually take a picture for you, show you my setup, you'll see that.
No, I don't want a picture. I would like you to just show your face so we can talk just the way I'm talking, you know.
Yeah, but you don't need to see the talk. Seeing and hearing are two different things.
It's you know, but I hold on to what I'm saying. You see, I don't know if you do, but it's all good. It's all good. Whenever you have a webcam or a smartphone, don't you have a smartphone, brother?
You know what? I think I do. But
why don't you use your smartphone to click on the link then?
All right, the next time I do that, I'll do it. But let's
Okay.
have a productive.
You'll be welcome the next time. Thank you for coming, brother. All right. So now that was for Aquan, or otherwise known as hardcore. If you want to call in, brothers and sisters, today, at least today, it's okay if you don't have a webcam. All right. Look at this little troublemaker who doesn't want to sleep. So as I was saying, it's okay if you don't have to show your face, basically. You've heard he's been doing that many times. He's using other usernames and you know, trying to have a conversation. But he kind of, you know, he was not so kind. You know, he was talking sideways and all that. So I was like, okay, that's why I'm requiring that he shows his face. You know, and you know, sometimes there are some people who act like they want to challenge you or what you stand for, but sometimes you wonder, do they stand for something, or are they just trying to claim stuff just to make you look bad or try to, you know, find fault in what you're saying? But it's all good, you know. I can let people speak for themselves. People don't have to agree with me, and at the end of the day, it's a very obvious fact that nobody agrees on everything. But as a matter of fact, I remember now that the brother we just heard, when it comes to slavery, he is of the opinion that slavery as we know it, and when I say slavery, I mean the transatlantic slave trade. I'm not about to say that, and it's not just him. So forget about some brothers like him feel like there was no slave trade. some feel like there was maybe like 10,000 or 20,000 Africans were brought to the America. Or in other words, that the majority of black people were already in America. Funny thing is that they claim to be Native Americans, but if it was the case, why don't we have? Let's say why is it that African Americans don't have a significant amount of vocabulary or jargon? No. Why is it that they don't have a significant amount of vocabulary or jargon or words that come from those Native American tongues? You see? It's like the Hebrew Israelites with their 12 tribes. They say that some of the 12 tribes of Israel ended up in like Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, if I'm not mistaken. How is it that then in the Haitian Creole, we don't have any Hebrew words if those people are descendants of Hebrew Israelites? Besides the Hebrew words, how come we don't have any knowledge of Haitians practicing Judaism? But Chico Muhammad wrote, that was hardcore. What's up with that? Yes, it was him. It was him. He used to call on a very regular basis, you know. He used to call on a regular basis back then, but I don't remember exactly what it was, but he was kind of disrespectful at some point or slick, so you know. Hey. But as you have heard, he's still welcome whenever he would get his smartphone together. I mean, he said that he has a smartphone, but for whatever reason, he doesn't want to use it. But I know he just don't want to show his face, and he doesn't have to. It's all good. But so, brothers and sisters, how many of you are ready to learn a traditional African culture? How many of you are willing to learn the Kemetic language? Now, this is the flyer for the Medu Nature classes. Now, move to the side. So, I'm giving Medu Nature lessons, classes. It's not free of charge. It's $10 for the 1 hour lesson. Yesterday, you heard a sister who called in, and she was saying that she was eager to start. And maybe one day she will just tell you how long the class lasted for. Many times I go over time, particularly during the first class, the first few classes, but I guarantee at least an hour. Okay? So you have the email address for those who are interested, which is bossstylyx@msn.com. So we change the background. As a matter of fact, you know what? Yeah, it's going to be nice to have a video playing in the background, and that video is Kemet and Ma'at. Now, Dolores Journey wrote that she is ready to learn the Kemetic language. Well, sister, here's my email address once again. BOSSSTYLYX@msn.com. It's going to appear. Okay, there it is. I will put it on the screen so everybody can see. See, brothers and sisters, that's the email address. So you can let me know your availability. Just email me. And I'll reply to you. And then we will book some time slot and get this thing cracking. Because at some point, it's time to get serious with what we are claiming. Many people will claim that they are Kemetic. They'll always feel gratitude. You're welcome. Many people claim to be Kemetic. Besides having a Kemetic name, they don't really know about the culture. And a language is a key to a culture. It is central to a culture. So it's time to get serious. You have an opportunity to learn, and you'll be ultimately be able to teach if you have children. Wouldn't it be great for those of you who are parents to teach some Middle Nature words, some Middle Nature sentences to your children so that they can be on game very early? That's one of the ways in which we will be able to improve. And I know some people say, oh, we're from West Africa. We don't have anything to do with Kemet. Kemet is in East Africa. But out. This is just a cop-out, an excuse, a pretext. Really, for the most part, they are Abrahamic believers, and they want to uphold the Abrahamic faith or belief system. That's what they want to do. And anything that does not validate their tales, they have a problem with that. Besides, many have been making money teaching that we are being cursed by God. You've heard about the curse of Canaan or the curse of Ham, and some of you maybe have not heard about what I label the Shabazz malediction or Shabazz curse. But as I see, black men have a doctrine that explains that black people are cursed, marked, disfigured because we rebelled against God. And you can just listen for yourself. It's only 3 minutes long.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair.
The video should play.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. Because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So, you heard it yourselves. If you want, you can teach that to your children. They call that supreme wisdom. They call that knowledge of self. So if you want, you can teach that to your children. If you feel that this is a contribution, a cultural legacy, you are free to do so. But for those of you culture for which we have documentation worldwide, feel free. You can learn this language called Meduneche. This is where we will go through some artifacts from different parts of the world and understand the thought process, understand the literature, understand the culture, the beliefs, the spirituality, the religion of classical Africa. Now, I would like to hear from you, brothers and sisters. So once again, I'm sharing the calling link. All you have to do is to click on that link and you will be in the queue and I will be able to add you on the panel. You can use your PC, personal computer. You can use your smartphone. You can use your tablet. feel free to call in. Let me hear from you. And if nobody wants to call in, then I guess I've stated my piece for this evening, so we can call it a day. Feel free to address anything you want. You can talk about how you feel about the Medu nature, about learning the Medu nature, about understanding the Medu nature. That's one example. Or anything else. You might have a question about something that I've said today or weeks back, months ago, years ago. Feel free. It's your opportunity. It's your shot. Should we call it a day, brothers and sisters? Or you can leave your comments. Right now, there's no comment. There's nobody waiting in the queue. So let me know in the chat. Should we call it a day, brothers and sisters? Should we end this live stream? Sat 12 has been a long time. He wrote, what if someone wanted to start a new nationality? A nationality is not something that you just start like this. It is not. A nationality is seen, for example, on a passport. In America, if I'm not mistaken, the nationality is mentioned on the birth certificate. Let me know if it is so or not. So a nationality is something that is recognized by other nations. Maybe not all nations, because in a few cases there are some disputes. But for the most part, most countries, most nations, most states not in the sense as some states that you have in America or in Nigeria, but most countries are recognized by fellow nations, fellow countries, by other countries. So nobody can just start a nationality like this. They can try if they want. Everybody's free to try. But if you're not recognized, because the Moors have been very big on that. Talking about, oh, you guys don't have any nationality. We have a nationality. We are Moorish. Moorish is not a nationality. Has any of you seen a passport that says Moorish in the nationality field? There it is. That settles the issue. I'm not saying they should not try to have the Moorish nationality recognized, but it is just not recognized. And I heard many people went to jail over this sovereignty/nationality tip. That's what I heard. And I heard it from some Moor. Sat 12 wrote, I'm not sure what the UN say about starting a new nationality. I don't think the UN says anything about starting a nationality. Has someone ever told you about starting a new nationality? Have you ever heard that from someone, or is it just a question that you happen to have? You see in the back? Peret M. Heru of the scribe Nebuchadnezzar. 1300 coffin text, BC. Pyramid text of Unas, 2300 BC. Pyramid text of Teti, 2200 BC, 4,000 years old. No Judaism, no Christianity, no Islam. No French, no English, no Hebrew, no Arabic. That's way before. Sat 12 wrote that he thinks he heard Ali Muhammad talking about starting a new nationality. Wow. I never heard about that. And here, Peret Emheru, we are told, coming forth by day. Peret Emheru is what they have mistranslated, or let's say, it's what they have. Well, should I say translated? They called it Book of the Dead. As you can see here, the Book of the Dead. It's a misnomer, but they know the name. They know Peret Emheru. What you've seen on the screen, that was Wallis Budge, who is internationally known, and other Egyptologists and scholars know. You see, this is the breakdown here from the Papyrus of Ani. Egypt. The word Egypt coming from Het Ka Ptah, the house of the Ka of Ptah. That's documented. All right. Nobody else? Why are you so shy, brothers and sisters? I will wait a little bit to see if someone calls. And I would like to talk to some of my peeps here. Turn the link once again. The baby girl's doing some BS right now. It's 1 a.m. Hold on. I'm coming back. I'm back, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to wait a little bit, and if nobody calls in, I'll put it into the live stream. But some of you have been regulars for a long time, but you never called in. Feel free to call in just to say hello, just to say what's up. Even if you don't have any particular topic that you want to talk about, it will be good to hear from you. As you have noticed, I'm not live streaming as I used to, so take this opportunity. We don't know when's the next time I might be live streaming. Oh, Side 12, thank you. I don't need a PDF about any Moorish type of organization, because people can claim whatever they want. There's no such thing as a Moorish nationality, and they can show and prove if there is, according to them. You can just show me a passport that says Moor or Moorish in the nationality field. Otherwise, it's just claims. Just like they claim to be descendants of Moab, just like they claim to be descendants of Moor, just like they claim to be descendants of Lemuria, just like they claim to be descendants of Atlantis, just like they claim to be Choctaw, Cherokee, just like they claim to be descendants of the Aztecs, the Mayans, just like they claim to be Native Americans. Thank you for calling. I'm going to put you on in In a few seconds, I'm just changing room right now. Okay, Baruti, I'm going to put you on in about 5 seconds. Greetings, Baruti. Welcome.
Greetings, Hotep, brother.
Hotep, Sen, how are you? I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Excellent,
can you hear me, brother?
Excellent. Yeah, I was just calling in because you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have a Caribbean accent. Am I correct?
Yeah. I'm from the Caribbean.
Which island, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, Saint Kitts.
Okay, Saint Kitts. What language do they speak there besides English?
Saint Kitts. Yeah, I used to be part of your group. I think you had a. No, it's just English, English dialect or English Creole as they call it.
Oh, okay. I think there's some delay when we're talking, but indeed I did have.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. But I think there's a delay. Whenever we speak, we hear ourselves like a few seconds after. But yes, you're correct. I had a Ning group.
Okay.
A private social network back then. Oh, okay. Haven't you studied like biology?
Yeah.
I remember you didn't have the beard back then. Yes.
I was in that group. Yeah.
I remember you
I didn't have a beard back then.
yeah. I remember you did address Lila Africa. That was years ago. He was still alive. Yes. There's something to do with one of his claim about a particular grain that causes. Well, I think it was you. You can tell me if it was not you, but that particular grain causes effort. Something to do with digestion, and that's what. Well, something like, was it you who mentioned something to that effect, or maybe it wasn't you?
Well, it's possible. I can't remember, but I do have a master's degree in nutrition science.
Okay.
So I remember when I was in college, I did make some videos related to nutrition, but I don't have anything online anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm so happy, because that social network, I think it was 2010. So it's like, 10 years ago, like,
Yeah.
It's good to hear. Yeah. So what's on your mind, brother? Feel free.
Definitely. I've been following your works still, but I'm doing my thing. No, I was just calling in to say hello, man. Cause I listen to you still,
Yeah, it's good to know.
It's been a while since I caught your live stream.
Mm-hmm. It's good. It's good that you call in, really.
Yeah, I was just outside cutting the grass. I put my head. I put the headphones on, and I saw that you were live. So I was like, let me call in real quick before I cut the grass.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I remember. Well, it was called African Truth, African spelled with a K. And actually, I remember I was a bit tired of people not wanting to connect, and I said, okay, I'm going to do this private network, and people will have to make a video to introduce themselves so we can see them, and
Yeah.
And that's when I got to realize, okay, a lot of people talk, but even when they have to introduce themselves in a private network, they are not willing to do so. I'm saying this because many people registered, but they never made the video introduction. So they were not able to post or see the videos, because I did upload many videos back then, because we had the copyright issues with YouTube back then, and but yeah, that was back then. Well, even today it hasn't changed much, to be honest. A lot of people will remain anonymous and unidentified, and it's a shame because many of us claim to have this great past, great culture, but for a strange reason, you will feel like it's against the law. the way they're hiding, and then again, not everybody have to show their face, but at some point, we are adults now. We're not doing anything wrong.
You said it's getting worse.
But no, I'm not saying it's getting worse. It's not as bad as it was before, because now we have the live stream, which we didn't have back then. Live streaming did not even. It's not something that we were able to do. Okay, there's some connection issue, probably on his end, because I can still see myself. So I think he will be back on. Okay, well, we've lost the connection, but we didn't have any such thing as live streaming back then in 2010. Oh, he's back. Okay, put him on. Yes, you're back, brother. Well, we don't see you, but you're back. So whenever the internet connection will work, we'll be able to see you and hear you. But right now, we don't see you, we don't hear you, but you are on the panel. I don't know if you can see me or hear me. Feel free to use the chat. And so every now and then we have some people calling and participate, but for the most part, as you can all witness, we don't have many callers, but it's all good. It's all good. I don't know if you can hear me, Brother Baruti, but it's still the same. We just don't hear you or see you. We just see your username. We just see that you are on the panel, but there's no sound coming from you. There's no audio coming from you. Now, Sat12 asked, isn't planet risk a nationality? How can a planet be a nationality? I really don't understand the question.
And my internet seems to be messing up.
Yeah, but you're back now. Now I can see you and I can hear you.
But okay. But I'll continue listening.
Okay.
I'll continue listening. I just gotta do some stuff. I'm outside doing some gardening, some yard work, cutting the grass and stuff. So I'll continue listening. But I'll try to catch you on another. I'll try to catch you on another live stream. We can catch up.
Yes, we can definitely catch up for this last 10 years. So thank you very much for calling. I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll keep listening.
Okay, Hotep. And yeah, 10 years ago. And that's something. Every now and then I come across some people who tell me, since your account was deleted, I lost track of you, and now I found you. Now, some accounts were deleted due to some copyright claims. But a fair bit have been deleted because of some flagging. But hey, it is what it is. You see behind you? You had a Himba lady. Now this lady, I think those are from Kenya, and you can see that they put the red coloring on their body. This is the red ochre. and the red ochre was used in Kemet. So when you see that reddish stone, that's what they used. But there was a convention, and there's a video that shows, there's a video that I've shown from the Louvre Museum, and it talks about the convention for the skin color on artifact. The convention is red for males and yellow for female, because many people try to claim that, you know, the ancient Egyptians were not black. But it doesn't mean that it's exclusive, because we have artifacts. Well, we have paintings. This convention is really for, yeah, okay. We have some paintings where the individuals are jet black. We have some statues where they are jet black or dark brown and so on. See, and many times the older the artifacts and the darker they are. And I have also shown how the color is fading away over time, because we have statues that are like 2000 years BC, 4,000 years old. That's a long time. So over time, the color fades away. But they love to show you the statues that have lost all the coloring. But in the Louvre Museum, I show you some of the artifacts where you can still see the reddish or brownish coloring. You see? And it's important to know those things, because many people like to show you statues that have lost all coloring, or they like to show you artifacts after the late period. And the late period is after Kemet was finally invaded. But a lot of our people don't really know those stuff. They're not necessarily equipped. Maybe because they prefer teachings that says that people are mocked and disfigured because we rebelled against God. To each his own, really. And I'm looking for people who are willing to learn their culture. See? And when you learn about Kemet, you learn a lot about history. When I talk about history, that's documented. That's key. That's key. Because some people will tell you about Atlantis, but if you ask them for record, is Atlantis documented in history? Do some of you believe that we come from Atlantis? Oh wow, no. So take advantage. It's the weekend. It's 1 a.m. right now. I don't work tomorrow, so I can stay for a little while. Sorry for eating drinking out of the bottle. Kind of relaxed. Now, I'm glad that I stayed, because I got to speak with that brother 10 years ago. Is there anybody else that wants to call in and say what's up? Link again. Feel free to say hello to the family. Feel free to say what's up. So yeah, it's time to get serious, brothers and sisters. You can learn this language. And if you have not subscribed to my channel, then by all means do so. And also you can feel free to hit that notification bell. Almost every day I upload a video from some museums. And sometimes you hear me referring to the people who take the classes. That's why I'm talking about the Medu Nature classes. And people have started at different times, so they have different level, different amount of vocabulary that they have acquired. So sometimes I go through the uniliterals or single sounds, and sometimes I go through biliterals or triliterals or formulas. You might hear me talking about formulas. Those are sentences that appear very regularly when it comes to offering and stuff like that. But all this can be explained into more details. And I'm very happy to be able to show some artifacts straight from the museum, some original artifacts. You see, it's nice when you have it on a picture or to have the hieroglyphic transcript, but it's more fun when you see the original artifact. See, do we have any original Moorish artifact? Do we have any artifact from Lemuria, from Moor, from Atlantis? How many likes do we have now? Oh yeah, so 20. How many is it now? 24. Okay, thank you. And we had one more thumbs down. So we have 4 thumbs down now. Now we have Sifo Doob who wrote Hotep to everyone. Hotep to you. Feel free to call in if you want to. I've shared the link. I'll share it again. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Now, Sat12 wrote, there may have been Asiatic female wives in Kemet, unusually with some nobles, but not queens. Yes, there was some Asiatic slash non-Egyptian who intermarried with Kemetic rulers. Yes. Come on, brothers and sisters, I don't like it when there's no participation. So if I have to put an end to the live stream, I will do so. But personally, I'd rather we continue. So ask your questions in the chat, make your statements, your comments in the chat, or call in directly. But don't leave the flow that slow. Asiatic Lion wrote, so much misunderstanding because the Kushites are Asiatic. Well, by now we know the rhetoric of our dear Asiatic Lion brother. He claims that people are Asiatic because they speak an Afro-Asiatic language, which doesn't really make sense, with all due respect. It's like me saying I am British because I speak English. Oh, our sister Matron has called in. Thank you, sister. Hotepsin it.
Hotepsin.
How are you?
I am well today. How are you?
I'm very, very happy. I don't know if you've seen that earlier, but there's a brother who was part of a private network that I had 10 years ago, so it was good.
So all your students are calling in teacher.
I didn't hear that. What was that, sister? Can you come again?
Oh, I said so all your students are calling in.
Oh, okay. The connection is bad on my end, so when you were talking, it was breaking. But feel free, sister. Feel free. Say what's on your mind.
Oh, I was going to ask you because they were talking about the queens or the Egyptians that intermarried. Do you know of, or can you point me to a reference about concubines in that culture and whether or not these people were quote unquote eligible to be wives, or is that not even a Kemetic principle or something from that era?
Honestly, there's no text I can refer to regarding concubines. There is a documentary now. I forgot the title. Actually, I shared it. Well, I've shared many documentaries on that private social network that I had, but there's one name that I remember. It's called Pharaohs of the Sun. Maybe Pharaohs of the Sun, SUN. Maybe it's available on YouTube. And they were talking about foreign princes that were given to Kemetic kings, and they were talking about Amenhotep III, and there is some documentation, some letter of complaint, because we can hear the voiceover reading the text, And basically, the foreign ruler, most likely an Asiatic, was complaining, saying, I've sent my daughter to you, I've sent such and such princess to you, but you haven't sent anybody. And then the voiceover says, well, I'm paraphrasing, but that's not what we do. We don't do that. Like Amenhotep was not about to do that. And I think there's a brother, his name escapes me, but when he called in, he studied that quote, and I think he was saying, from time immemorial, we have never given away our daughters. So apparently, it was a practice, at least during the time of Amenhotep III, which, for those who don't know, is Akhenaten's father,
Mm-hmm.
therefore Tutankhamun's grandfather. During that time, they would take foreign princesses as wives or concubines, but I think as wives, but they would not give their daughters away to foreign rulers. Now, for those who don't know, in Kemet, the rulers had several wives. I'm not saying that they all did, but they had several wives, and you have a title of great wife. So I don't want to say it's like the main, how do you say? Like the main chick, because we're talking about marriage, but there was this title, great wife, that the great wife will be the main wife, maybe the first, probably the first. Like Queen T, she was the main wife of Amenhotep III.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that was something I was curious about because I have not seen your full documentary, but I did get the gist of it with regard to the colors of skin and the paintings and the way that they were depicting different people. But I was just wondering because there were um, just coming from other worldviews, there was this concept of, women or people that were married but that were not eligible to rule or take over the kingdom, and um, what type of power dynamics they had. But it's good to know that the rulers of Kemet said, we don't send our daughters out. We don't do that. So I'm gonna have to check that one out. That was something that I wasn't aware of. It makes it more interesting when you think about a lot of times people talk about the matrilineal ways and lines of rulership, um, and some of the principles that they had in some of those other dynastic societies. Because from what I understood, um, if you were a ruler, like, after your line was done, it was like it kind of went, the woman had a lot of power as well as the male line had a lot of power, and the female line had power as well. And so for them to send a daughter out might mean that some measure of Kemetic power would go out with them, or power sharing for the kingdom. Is that how that goes?
Well, there is indeed this struggling now, matrilineal issue or concept. Now, you did address woman not being able to rule. We all know about Hatshepsut.
Mm-hmm.
And when her brother was old enough and got into the throne, it appears that he tried to have some of her artifact or some of her name erased because he was not happy about her taking on the throne. She was older than him. That's why she did that. And in general, males ruled because the Nesu, the king was male. That's the way it was. However, Hatshepsut is not the only female ruler in Kemet. There is also a documentary about that. I forgot the title, and I don't remember if it was in French and English because I speak I'm fluent in French. and sometimes I watch documentaries in French as well. But Hatshepsut is not the only female ruler from Kemet. Now, just one detail, just to be precise, it was Amenhotep III who was quoted, or that they were talking about when they were saying that it was not a habit to send the daughters away. So they had Amenhotep III, that's the 18th dynasty. There were many dynasties, so it doesn't mean that other dynasties did not do otherwise. You see, finally, there was a great importance with the female and the matrilineal concept. That's one of the reasons why the Nesu, or the kings, will marry their sister. Now, I cannot say that throughout the whole history of Kemet, there's nothing going on within the two. I don't think it was the case. I think it's more symbolic. But some people will use that to try to say, oh, that was a bad society. There was some incest. But then again, in the Bible, we had the story of Lot and his daughters who got him drunk and have sex with him. And then the Hebrews were like are descendants of that, you know. So when it's in the Bible, it's cool. When it's in Kemet, it's not cool. Now, I'm not aware of any record from Kemet, any documentation of a king that married his sister and had children with her. I'm not saying that never happened, but I don't have any documentation for that. So indeed, it was so important. That's one of the reasons why the kings will marry their sister, to keep that lineage. And that's most likely one of the reasons why they would not send them away to be married to foreigners.
That makes a lot of sense. You know, you have to preserve the kingdom at all costs. So yeah, but it's
they were kind of conservative in some ways, at least to that in that aspect, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, it's kind of the field of Egyptology is very vast, because we're dealing with a society for which we have plenty of records, even during the era of 2000 BC. When we look at Christianity, the people who study it, you have someone like Bart D. Ehrman, who is a specialist or expert of the New Testament. Of course, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything about the Old Testament, but his expertise is in the New Testament. So some people will be specialists or experts of the Old Testament, others the New Testament. It's difficult to be an expert in both. But when it comes to Kemet, the timeline is much longer, and we have an abundance of artifacts, original, that is, because with the Bible we have very few originals. And when I say original, I mean documents dated from the time period that they are talking about. So there's so much record, there's only so much a human being can assimilate and address. You see, that's why it's very important for us as a people to have as many individuals as possible to be able to read the language in order to share the culture and explain the culture. And hopefully we will have some people who are specialized, like let's say, okay, this one is specializing in the 18th dynasty, that one in the 19th dynasty, this one. Or maybe if it's not just by dynasties, can have one or a group of people specializing in, like, let's say, the Old Kingdom, because we have dynasties, but we also have kingdoms, you see. So in one kingdom, you have several dynasties. So we have the Old Kingdom, we have the intermediate period, we had the New Kingdom, like the 18th dynasty, if I'm not mistaken, that's the New Kingdom. Then we have the late period and so on. So there's a lot to learn, a lot of text, a lot of papyri, a lot of text on the walls of the temples. There's just so much. And when it comes to the spirituality or religion, there's different cosmology or cosmogony, different creation story. There was the one from Heliopolis. There's the Ennead, the nine gods that many of you have heard about. You have Atum, you have Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, and then you have the most famous ancient Egyptian deities, Osiris, Isis, um, um, Hathor, and Set, and the son of Osiris and Isis, of course, is Horus. But those are the Greek names. So that will be Usir for Osiris. For Isis, it will be Aset. For Hathor, it will be Het-Heru or Hut-Heru. And for Set, it's actually Seteh, but let's say Set. And for, of course, for Horus, it will be Heru, you see. So that can scare a lot of people because we are more familiar with the Greek names. But now, okay, so those are another real name. It's not Horus, it's actually Heru. It's not Osiris, it's actually Usir, or some people say Asar. Don't be afraid, don't be scared, because it's the same with the Arabic. Many of us say Khalid, but really it's Khalid. So we know Khalid Abdul Muhammad. In Arabic, it's actually Khalid, you know. But that's just an example. Feel free, sister, if you want to. I don't know if you have any other questions.
I was just saying, people do need to stop being afraid of their culture and their history, their real history. Unfortunately, we've been taught that is, bad. I was thinking about what you said when you were talking about the fact that when it's in the Bible, it's good. Everything is all fine. But when it's in Kemet, it's bad, which is actual history, with actual documents. It's almost as if people are running from something or not wanting you to know the truth of the history that you have, so that they can continue to weaponize it against you.
Yes. And what laments is that many, if not most, of the people who criticize Kemet, they do so because they are Abrahamic believers, because they are followers of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, but they don't say it outright. They look for excuses to criticize Kemet with a great bias and an extreme double standard. But steady with us, sister. We have Afro-Asiatic. He's been there for a minute, so I'm going to put him on the panel.
Oh, wonderful.
Greetings, brother. Greetings, brother. Okay, maybe he's busy right now.
Hotep to you, brother Shaka. Pardon me. Hotep to you.
No problem. No problem, brother.
Hotep.
Yeah, peace, brother Shaka. Salutes, bro.
Salute, brother. How you doing? What's on your mind, brother? Feel free.
I'm good. I'm good, beloved. Good presentation. So what's your reasoning on it? What do you think? The terminology Moor. What do you think it relates to? You think it's a black term, or it's
Well, it's definitely not a black term, as we have seen. We have a few scholars who have stated that it derives from the Latin/Greek. So that would be Moros, Mori, and so on. So it's a term that Europeans use to describe a group of people at some point. So at some point, they used it to describe some people in Africa, but later on in time, because people can go back, but we have some BC time mentioned. But later on in time, we have the time period of the invasion of the Iberian Peninsula, or let's say Europe, via Spain and all these areas. So that time period is much longer. It comes much later, you see. So at some point, Moor, I think it's safe to say that Moor was used to describe those Muslims who invaded, You see, so the term Moor is not precise. It's good for people to say, if they mention Moor, to say which period they are talking about. Now, our brothers in America, they use the term Moor mainly to denote some alleged black rulers of Europe, and really it's Muslim rulers, not black rulers. But our brothers who claim to be Moorish, they talk about the so-called or alleged black rulers in Europe, and they try to make a correlation with the term Moors used to describe different population, all the way to the Greek and the Latin that use those terms. So it's all over the place.
Right.
Not to mention that they claim Morocco, Lemuria, Moor, Atlantis. They also claim Native America. They try to make a correlation. For example, the term Amara Kush, rather than saying America, they're trying to say it's Amara Kush. I mean, they come with all things like that, all kind of wordplay, So if you listen to some of them, some of our Moorish brothers, we are indigenous to America. The Moors were in America because the Moors were navigators and blah, blah, blah. And they will talk about Mansa Musa because some people claim that during the time period of Mansa Musa or some other African king, they traveled to the America.
Yeah, I believe it's... Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead,
Sean. Oh, no, it's okay. No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on, I believe they said that it was his brother who had actually left and made the trip, not Mansa Musa himself, according to this tradition, if my memory serves me correct. But yeah.
And the thing is that Mansa Musa, there's no record of him, not that I know of. If it exists, then people can just share it, and I will learn today. We can all learn. There's no record whatsoever of Mansa Musa being labeled as a Moor or his brother being labeled as a Moor. You see, just an African ruler who had the Muslim faith and who's very famous for being extremely rich and for having made that pilgrimage to Mecca and having distributed so much gold that it devalued the value of the gold lowered, dropped down for years. You see. But besides that,
fascinating character.
Yes, fascinating indeed. And so we have tales of this ruler, but we don't have any mention of him being a Moor. You see,
right?
So it will be good for our brothers who claim to be Moorish to admit that, to stick to the fact and stop trying to pull everything and anything, because mind you, they also claim to be custodians of the Egyptian science, and that's why many.
This is true.
Yes, many Moors actually have Kemetic names, and they will have a El at the end, El, which is actually the Canaanite deity. You see, Canaanite deity El or Il, and brothers and sisters, I have this video called "From Babylon to Allah." Babylon derives from Bab Ilu. Bab means door or gate in Arabic.
Yes.
So that's the Semitic language. And Ilu, that's El. That's the same Canaanite deity, you see. And El, as in Israel, as is Emmanuel, that's still the same Canaanite deity.
What's interesting, just to build with you a little bit, Shaka, is what you said about Babel. What did you say?
Bab means door or gate.
Yes, that right there is interesting because we also have the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb between South Arabia and Somalia, Djibouti area. That which actually means, I believe, the gate of tears. That's the name that they gave it, but it's called Bab el-Mandeb, and I think it's a linguistic connection there, or some kinship when we look at the linguistics. I do my own study within linguistics, but it's really because I study linguists, you know what I mean, And after we look at their works enough, I believe that we should be able to, exercise some degree of understanding over the linguistics. Once we have studied the works enough. But Babel Mandeb definitely is related to that. Moor is old though. Moor is in Kemet too though, and I know you're aware of that too. Maybe not in the same form. We have the Marianu, which were charioteers in Kemet. That's a form, in my opinion, of Moor. And also I reference Merin Ptah and Merit Atin, different forms of that MR, both masculine and feminine. I see the oneness of it. I try not to, my mind is just not geared towards looking at, separating it.
Well, actually, see what you did is what I usually label as linguistic gymnastic or linguistic acrobatic. And you're not the only one doing that. And I mentioned that earlier. I don't know if you heard that when I said that many of our brothers, they use any word that has an M and an R to try to make a correlation with the term Moor. But that word that you use, mer, and our sister, she has seen that root during the first Medunaccia class. It means it's the root for the word love.
Beloved.
The concept, yes, exactly. There it is. And Medi Amun it just means beloved of Amun.
That's right.
It has nothing to do with Moor. You see, it has
Well,
nothing to do with Moor. There's no connection. There's no connection linguistically. It's
my reasoning is that it's Black or African conceptualization. When we really get to the root of it, in my opinion, my reasoning, is just simply that it's Black or African conceptualization. Not only in Kemet, I believe that the root of it is African conceptualization in North Africa as well, even in Europe with Saint Maurice and also Ibir Marusian, which goes back a bit further. But that's just my perspective.
I understand. Now, Saint Maurice, his historicity is not clear, but how could Moor be an African concept or have anything to do with African? I forgot the word that you used. Since we have seen scholars stating that it derives from a Greek / Moorish, I'm sorry, Greek / Latin word.
Well, the logical question, from my point of view, and my little study of linguistics, my little gymnastics, I brother, we build, I would say, what is the elder language system? And I'm sure we both would agree that Kemet is older than any Greek language, that the language of Kemet, Medunetta, is older than any Greek language. So
it is way older, but then again, there's no correlation between Medi, meaning beloved, and Moor that they use to denote some people, and the translation varies. We've heard people say scorched. We heard people say black. You see how you go from Mary, beloved, to scorched and black. You see, and our people need to realize that even if they have a hypothesis, people are free to have hypotheses, but they need to make a demonstration to show the correlation, you see. So linguists are the experts. But even if someone is not a linguist, he needs to show, okay, that word derives from this one, and here's my demonstration. But unfortunately, what we do when we have homonyms or words that sound alike, we're trying to claim a correlation, but there's many homonyms. And there's an example that you give many times. And some of you English speakers have heard it. Now, what you use, what the word you use for excrement, one of the word that is used for excrement is doudou. The equivalent of doudou in French is caca. And I know that some of you know that word.
That is correct.
Exactly. Now
I
in
know
Swahili,
that from my homies that got deported from over here in the U.S. that I grew up with. Kaka.
there it is. And in Swahili, kaka means brother. So
Mm.
if someone would like to make fun, or let's say a European that doesn't like black people, he might say, "Oh well, you guys are doodoo because in Swahili, kaka. I'm sorry. Uh, there's that word kaka in Swahili. It's an African language,
Mm-hmm.
and he actually means doo-doo, you know.
That's
And
interesting.
I'm just saying this to say that those are two words that sound alike, but they don't have any relationship. Kaka is a French word. It's the equivalent of doo-doo, and and in Swahili, kaka means brother. There's another word for brother, which is ndugu. Hence why I used it for my name.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just trying to just make an example, an analogy of how we cannot
Yeah.
use homonyms just
See,
because they sound alike.
in
But
the case,
hold on, brother, if you don't mind. Sister Matron, did you want to add something? Because I saw you remove the mute, so maybe you wanted to say something. Yes.
Well, I was just wondering, going back to some of the meanings of the word more, and was it maybe just a rendering of people and where they were coming from because they were from this place? Because I'm just doing a cursory overview, but it's like when they talk about heath, it says a tract of open, untilled, more or less elevated ground with heath from circa 1200, the English more like a morass or a swamp, and the Proto-Germanic word meaning more. And this is just from a topical online search. So is it maybe by the way that they encountered these people? Does that have any bearing on this conversation as we talk about Moors and the origin of the word? And we know that eventually it got to mean dark people in certain areas, but they usually said black Moor and all those other things.
excellent point. That's what I was going to hit on, Shaka. I think when we see it in French, we see it as an epithet or an insult as due to racism. But when we see it reflected in our people's language, we see it as positive. I believe, like you said yourself, you said brother, and that's not the only instance we see terminology that we have for ourselves that is prestigious or of fame, or some type of status that they actually take the term and they flip it and turn it into something derogatory. I believe that when we look at it expressed in French versus what you pointed out in Swahili, I think that we're looking at racism really. It's brother in Swahili, but in French it means doo doo. You know.
But
Well,
brother, reassure me. You're not trying to say that there's a correlation between the French kaka and the Swahili kaka, do you?
Well, I'm not just looking at it from that because I know that the real name, well, the birth name of Hammurabi was Dugu, was also Dugu. So it kind of it makes good sense to me that when the French would encounter, darker people, that maybe it's quite possible that
Well, brother, I can assure you that the word kaka in French, which means doudou, doesn't have
Mhm.
anything to do with black people. It's not a word that they use as a derogatory term towards black people. You see,
Okay.
so it would be conjecture to claim that. Now, when it comes to an alleged relationship between Mary in Medu nature, meaning beloved, with the root word mer
Mhm.
and the word more, let's ask the expert. I'm not an expert. I'm not a linguist. Why
Mhm.
not ask a linguist or some linguist? Is there any correlation? Is there any relationship between the ancient Egyptian Mer and the Greek/Latin Moor? Why wouldn't you try that route?
Well, Shaka, I do consult linguists. I have a comparative Afro-Asiatic uh, reference a linguistic book on deck. You know what I mean? I play with that. But I'm just saying, that's my line of reasoning. Even if we don't, and even if we didn't accept the narrative of Saint Maurice in Europe, we certainly see the statues. We see the engravings of these clearly African figures all scattered throughout Europe, as well as Madonnas, but we can stick with the Maurice statues. They're not always the same exact figure anyway, and that's pre-Islamic. We see that before Islam, we see those statues. So, it's just interesting, to look at.
We do have some statues, some depictions of black people, but we must bear in mind that they are a huge minority. I mean, if we go to any of those countries in Europe where we see some black statues, some black faces, if we look at the volume of the artifacts that they have, any black depiction is a minority, you see. So
under the title of Maurice, though.
I'm sorry?
Under the title of Maurice. Many of the statues are under the title.
To me, it's like, okay, in the Hadith, we have mentions of black people. And it's like me saying, okay, because you have mentions of black people, then those people are black, They're just mentioning black people, and they mention other people described as white people, you see. So Europeans coming across black people is not something exceptional. It's not extraordinary. But why do we as a people, because of a few mention or a few depiction of black people in Europe, we want to claim a whole nation, a whole Moorish nation or Moorish people? And I did ask back then to a brother, can he tell me about a Moor calling himself a Moor or calling another black man Moor, or labeling, referring to another black man as Moor? And he couldn't deliver, you see. So we have our people who claim, okay, we are Moorish and so on and so on. I've never seen any Moorish king or Moorish ruler of a European territory. But in the meantime, can they tell me about any Moorish ruler either calling himself a Moor or calling another person a Moor? This is what the Europeans use to label other people. But sister, I think you wanted to say something. Feel free.
I was just gonna add that, like, it's not. I would think that Moor, even if it was being used as a descriptor, which is up for discussion, that it's not like a whole group of people. It's like the whole black thing that we go through here in America, maybe, and maybe that's a part of the challenge, because historically, starting as early as 1630, they were making laws in this colony called America, or the New World, to prohibit the movement and or wealth accumulation of African people. And so we throughout time had these pushes and surges of renaming and redefining ourselves to get access to an economic market and opportunity to provide for our families here, divorcing ourselves from our African identity, and then trying to associate ourselves with something that's either not real or something that we're not, when we have a valid claim by almost everybody's account to just try to figure out reconnecting to an African tribe that will accept us, because they're out there.
And I would like to just address a comment that was left. It's actually the last comment that was left in the chat. It comes from Sat12, and as you can see, he wrote, "Ma'af wa'ava, would you agree? Vowel sounds in Egyptian are very unreliable guesses." Now, just for everybody, for the record, the name that I've chosen for myself it appears there, and it is Shaka Ndugu Kemet. But because of the title of, or the name of my channel, some people refer me as Ma'af Forever, but it's fine. I don't take any offense at that. And I guess Ma'af Forever is easier to memorize than Shaka Ndugu Kemet. Now, Um, I'll just read this one before I address or respond to Sat 12. Africa Plug, welcome to you. He wrote, Moor doesn't even mean black, it means West. There's a Moor called Sabia Bay. And he had a discussion or debate with someone known as Saraswati Seti, and that was like 12 or 11 years ago. And Sabia Bay said that Moor means navigator. So many people will say that Moor means this, Moor means that. It's not even really clear, but that's fine. So Sat 12 wrote, once again, would you agree vowel sounds in Egyptian are very unreliable guesses? I would not really agree. Even though it is true that there is a convention in Egyptology to add the vowel E or the letter E between consonants, and it would make it easier to pronounce words. But what many people don't know, and the people who take the classes, they know because I show them examples. What many people don't know is that we have some cases where the vowels are known in the Middle Nature. So we don't just add the letter E between consonants to make the pronunciation smoother. We actually know the vowel sounds because there are vowel sounds in the Middle Nature, such as E, such as U. You see? Second thing, the Arabic language, and I know I've said that before, but originally it was written without any vowels. Why do we know the vowels? Because the speakers of that language, they know the language. So when KTB is written, the sound K, the sound T, the sound B, KTB is written.
What's that
if
book?
Not, the B sound, basically.
Does that mean book? KTB?
Oh yes, exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
Kitab.
It means, yes, Kitab. Now,
Yes.
if someone learns the Arabic alphabet, he will know the letters, he will know what the phonetic values of the letters are. And he comes across an Arabic text, an ancient Arabic text, or even if it's not ancient, sometimes you can have some modern or recent Arabic text written without the vowels. It happens sometimes. Or some words written without the vowels. And the funny thing is that the vowels, you have some Arabic letters that stand for vowels, but you have diacritical marks. Basically, you have like a line that will indicate the vowel. So a line at the top, if I'm not mistaken, is the fatha, that stands for the A vowel. A line at the bottom, if I'm not mistaken, is the kasra. Maybe I'm mistaking the two, like the top and the bottom, but some Arabic speakers will rectify me. So the line at the bottom stands for the E vowel. So the vowels in the Arabic are not even necessarily indicated with a letter, but with a mark. But anyway,
right.
If someone learns the Arabic alphabet, he comes across a text that is written without the vowel, he will see that there is KTB, but he won't know necessarily how to pronounce it unless he has heard a native Arabic speaker, or even if he's not native, but let's say, for the sake of argument, a native Arabic speaker pronouncing kitab. You see? Now, why am I saying all this? People don't say that the Arabic has not been deciphered, that we're not sure, we don't really know. Why did they come up with those marks so that we will know the vowels? They didn't need that because it was their native language. You see? They came up with that because Islam spread it, and non-native Arabic speakers were learning the Quran and the Sunnah, the Hadith, and so on. But mainly it's for the Quran. So they came up with this system so that they can know how to pronounce the words. But you have some homonyms in Arabic. I'm sorry. In writing, you have words. You have the consonants. And when you only have the consonants written without the vowels, it could be pronounced one way or another way, which means that it could mean one word or another word. And one guy who teaches Arabic on YouTube, that is a French speaker, he went to, I think it was Morocco, and he showed the text, because the title of the video is how do people know how to pronounce one word when he can be pronounced one way or another way? So he showed the text and he asked them, can you read that text? And those people, because they are Moroccans, people, indigenous people of Morocco, of course they speak Arabic, even though it's not classical Arabic. Well, nobody really speaks classical Arabic, but it's not the modern standard Arabic or Fusha. It's still Arabic. It's a dialect of Arabic. He read it fluently. Then the Arabic teacher asked him, how did you know that it was pronounced that way and not another way? And the reply was, well, we just know it just by reading, you see. And he did the same exercise with somebody else, you see. All this to say that because it's their native language, they know how it is pronounced. Now, when it comes to the Medu Neter, the Coptic is the latest stage or latest phase of the Medu Neter. And in the Coptic language, we do have the vowel sound. So that helps us to know most likely how the words were pronounced. Besides the Coptic, we have the Greek language. During the time when the Greeks ruled or were in charge of Kemet, the Medu Neter language was still being spoken. And we know that we have the Rosetta Stone and other texts as well, where the same inscription is written in hieroglyphic and also in Greek. So knowing that, we can work out what the sounds were most likely. But then again, the Coptic is the latest phase or latest stage of the Medu Neter. So that's our best bet. And I want to give another example. Hebrew. We say Yahweh. When we read the Bible and we are told in the Old Testament about the name of God, I can't remember if he was talking to Moses, if Moses asked him, who are you? And he said, I am Yahweh. But in writing, they put those consonants, Y, V, H. Maybe I'm missing one consonant. I don't know how they exactly wrote it in English. I mean, I could look for it, but I think most of you know what I'm talking about. We say Yahweh. That's supposedly from the Hebrew. Of course, we are familiar with the term Jehovah. And we all know that there was no J in the Hebrew language, you see. So some people will say the name is Yahweh. But some linguists, some scholar will say it's Yahoo. Who's right, who's wrong? But when it comes to the name of God, according to the Abrahamic tradition, nobody says, well, the vowel sounds in Hebrew are very unreliable guesses.
Correct.
And I think it's a double standard. I think it's unfair. And we are talking about the name of God.
Mm-hmm.
Scholars don't agree. Go ahead.
I would lean more towards the consonant roots in their various forms, regardless. In my opinion, I hear some brothers pronounce it Yahweh, and I hear some brothers pronounce it Yahuwah, but for me, it's the same God, it's the same deity, from the way I view it, because I understand the importance of the consonant root. What you're telling, what you're exhibiting, that the consonant roots are indeed important. The vowels were questionable, but I agree with what you're saying, that we do have the translations from the Rosetta Stone, and Greek was a living language, at the time, so to speak. And as Medu Neter was just going out, I agree with you, bro.
And indeed, whether people say Yahweh or Yahoo or Yahweh, they are talking about the same entity. They are talking about the same deity, the same God. That's for sure. I'm not denying or disputing that.
Yes, sir.
I just said those examples just to stress the fact that even with the name of God,
Mm-hmm.
people don't even know for sure how it is pronounced. Yet nobody says, well, we don't really know about the Hebrew. The Hebrew has not been deciphered. Well, when we pronouncing the Hebrew vowels, we are making guesses. But then they want to say that with the Middle Nature. And I think it's extremely unfair.
You're right. I agree with you. Sister, did you want to add on, sister?
Well, we don't hear anything. She's unmuted herself. But I don't know if you can hear me, sister, but if you're speaking, we don't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me
Oh,
now?
no, yes. Now we can hear you. Yes.
I was just saying I agree with both of you. You call out to the Almighty Creator from the Spirit. The language that you use with your tongue is based on where your flesh landed. So I agree as well.
Mm-hmm. And we as a people, we get much. And you see, once again, the importance of languages. Language is a key to a culture.
Yes.
And earlier we've heard Booker T. Coleman, who now goes by another name like Kaba. I don't really know the full name, but he goes by another name today, and he's doing lectures on a regular basis. And by the way, I think it was in this lecture that he said that Saddam Hussein was an African man. I think it was that lecture, but never mind. We can hear the way he's pronouncing negrito, for example, and the way he's pronouncing it. I think he knows some Spanish. He might be fluent in Spanish. But whenever you have knowledge of a language, now I know a little some about Arabic, and it is helpful. And it was very helpful when I dealt with the hadith, the description of Prophet Muhammad. But earlier I told people about Babylon, which is Babilu. And Babilu, we've seen that, and you can check, everybody can check. Bab is the word, the Arabic, and not just Arabic only, but it's a word that means door or gate, that is translated as door or gate. And Ilu is the Canaanite deity El. So Bab Ilu means gate of God or gate of Ilu, you see. And yes, go ahead. Yeah, and what we know as Allah, that is Al-Ilah. Al is a definite article, the equivalent of the English the, you see. So if you say Al-Quran, you might have heard some people say Al-Quran, that means the Quran, you see. So when you hear Allah, it's a contraction of Al, the definite article, the, and La, that's God. Allah means the God. See? And for the record, what I've just stated, Wesley Muhammad has said it, and he's a PhD in Islamic study. I'm not a PhD, you see, and he's not the only one who said that. But many people fail to know that. Many people hear Allah and they think of it just like Yahweh, you see. But then again, people think about God, people think about Yahweh. But check this out, brothers and sisters. You have Yahweh or Jehovah. Jehovah would be more like a Westerner or English. I don't want to say English sized. Maybe I can say English sized, but I'm not sure. I don't want to say something that's not a proper word. But anyway, we have Yahweh as a name for God. God is more, makes more sense to us. English speakers, even though some people will tell you that God derives from some Germanic language, you see. Yahweh / Jehovah. But there's still that L. And in the Bible, for those of you who have read it or heard some passages, before the birth of Jesus, known as Jesus Christ, Christ is not his surname, is a title. It's a title that means that is translated as anointed. God instructs, or the angel, God or the angel, says, you shall call him Emmanuel. Why they did not call him Emmanuel? That's one question. But besides that, and I will share.
Well,
I will share.
I just wanted to add on. Jesus would have spoke Aramaic in his day, and in Aramaic, the name of God is indeed Allah. It would have been pronounced Allah. Well, that's how it's spelled. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but it would have been Allah, which would be very close to Allah in the Arabic, into the Aramaic.
Well, that's another thing. Many people feel like Jesus and his people were speaking Hebrew when, since Aramaic was a lingua franca,
that's right.
It's possible that whoever lived during that time period and in that geographic location was speaking Aramaic.
Mm-hmm.
But Aramaic, Hebrew, and Arabic are very close to one another.
Very close.
Very close to one another. Just like Spanish and French are very close. I don't speak Spanish. I know a few Spanish words, but many times when I hear some Spanish words, I know what it means because they have the same root as French words.
Right.
Just like sometimes even some English words, I might have never heard them before, but they have the same root as some French words, so I know what they mean. Let me share the screen so we can all see that together. So this is a Bible Gateway. So Book of Matthew. I'll put King James Version. Okay, hold on. Read the Bible. Why does it look like this? Hold on. I just want a book of Matthew. That's all I want. Okay, Bible book list. They could make it better, but hey, that's my opinion. We all have one. So Matthew. Where's Matthew? There it is, Matthew. It was 123, if I remember correctly. So I'm putting King James Version. There it is. There it is. So 123. There it is. So is it large enough?
Yeah, it's visible.
Thank you, brother. There is Matthew chapter 1, verse 23. It says, highlighted in green, as we can all see, and that's the King James Version. Behold, let me check who was speaking. If it was an angel, it was apparently God. And you notice that they've put the Lord. See, they went from God to the Lord, but hey, it's just a detail. So according to the Bible, it is God who said, and let me read it all. So I will start by 20. I will start with chapter 20. Okay. But while he thought, you know what? We'll go even before. I start at chapter 18. So now the birth of Jesus Christ was on the wise when, as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. So we all know the story. Mary was miraculously pregnant. It was, as it says there, the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit that made her pregnant, according to the biblical story. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily or privately. I'm not sure how you pronounce that word. So he was kind. He's like, okay, she might get stoned. She might become an outcast. She might be rejected.
That's
I'm just
true.
going to get away from her quietly. And then we are told on verse 20, but while he thought on these things, behold, the angel, well, it was actually the angel. You see, that's why it's good to double check. You see, so it's good to double check. The angel of the Lord, so the angel of God, appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. I think in the future I will not use King James Version, but the New International Version, because that language is kind of archaic. Verse 21, and she shall bring forth a son. I'll remove this. I want to remove that thing here. There it is. That's black in the view. So let me continue. Verse 21. Yeah. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. And I kind of missed that. In the same book, it says, thou shalt call him Jesus. And then 2 verses later, it says, they shall call his name Emmanuel, which is very strange. So, verse 22, now all this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted, God with us. So what's happening here? We have 2 different time periods. We have the time period where Mary became pregnant miraculously. And the Lord of God told Joseph, don't be afraid to marry her. She's not a loose woman. She became pregnant with the Holy Spirit. So you can go ahead and marry her. You will name your son Jesus. And then they're trying to make a correlation, the writers of this book trying to make a correlation with ancient writing, what they call prophecy. They write books after the fact and say, this will happen, this will happen. Then they write some other books and say, as it was said that it will happen, it has come to pass. But anyway, I stop there. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody's religion. They are trying to make a correlation with some ancient writing, but that correlation is affair, because that ancient writing says that the son shall be called Emmanuel. So for the record, that correlation they try to make is a fair. However, what's interesting to us is that we are given the translation from the Bible that Christians and others believe to be the word of God. So I think it's reliable. I think it's safe to say that for an Abrahamic believer, at least for a Christian/Catholic, a translation in the Bible should be reliable. And what does the Bible say? That Emmanuel means God with us. And what is God? That's the El, the El. And El is the Canaanite deity. If you look it up, in Canaan, that is today known as Israel, that was once known as Palestine, there was a deity called El that was considered a superior deity to other deities, because they had several deities, and you hear some of their names in the Bible. See, when you hear about Baal, and what is strange is that I wonder if we don't have more artifacts about Baal than about El, at least in the West. But that's just me wondering. And hold on, brother, you get a chance to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So they had several deities, and El happened to be a deity of more importance, hence why he's usually labeled, or sometimes labeled, as the supreme deity or main deity, El. That's what it was. You see? And remember, we have the term Elohim. So we have El, that means God, and Ohim or Im, that ending, that suffix denotes the plural in Hebrew. You see? So they're trying to rationalize why there's plural because they are supposedly monotheistic. They come with many different explanations, but what matters to us is that we can see how, even though they claim to have a monotheistic religion revealed by God, it might not so much have been a revelation, it might just have been them taking on the name of a known deity for which there's plenty of statues. You see, if you go to museums, you have plenty of statues of the Canaanite deity El. Why would God speak to people, appear to people, send angel to people, and tell them, my name is such and such, Elohim, you will call him that, and it happens to be the name of a deity that they used to worship along with other deities, and they used to have carving statues of that God. I will leave it there. Go ahead, brother Afrasiari.
Yeah, bro. That's why for myself, I believe it's important to use both Bible and Quran. That's why I utilize Bible and Quran. And when we look at the Quran, chapter 19, verse 17, it states, it's talking about, the chapter is dedicated to Mary. Verse 17, she placed the screen to screen herself from them. Then we sent to her our spirit, and he appeared before her as a man in all respects. So the Quran kind of clarifies that it was indeed a man that impregnated Mary, and the spirit came through a man. So I believe it's as much God in yourself and the sister that's here on the panel, as it is in myself. I believe that God is inside the human being, but it just depends on different factors, how we express that, you know what I mean? But the Quran basically clarifies that it was an actual man. I believe in the Bible that Joseph was his father, biologically, but in a spiritual sense, because of his level of obedience, that he became a son of God in the spiritual sense. That's my opinion on that. And the Quran actually backs up that it was a man, and the spirit of God came through a man, not through some immaterial entity. In my opinion, brother. That's why it's important to utilize both books. But it was when you pointed out your name, and I'm looking at the pronunciation of your name. It's interesting that it related. For myself, it relates not only to Hammurabi's given name, that came from his mama, but Wagadu in West Africa. We also see that terminology Dugu, or Dugu with a Dugu, or Duku with Hammurabi. We see it in West Africa, in Burkina Faso, in Ouagadougou. But it's interesting, the dialogue.
Ndugu is N-D-U-G-U. I'm sorry, N-D-U-G-U. Ouagadougou, you don't have the N-D-U. And once again, people should beware, should refrain from making linguistic correlation simply because words are homonyms, simply because words sound alike. That's too easy, because in many languages you have words that sound alike, but they don't have the same meaning, they don't have any relationship. But I'm very happy that you talked about this passage from the Quran, chapter 19.
Verse 17, yes.
Yes, verse 17. He said that the angel Gabriel appeared to her as a man, perfectly formed. But I went to the following verses, and I didn't see that the Quran stating that Joseph was her biological, the biological father of Jesus. But that's an argument that can be made. I'm not trying to engage into the argument, because she did mention, how can I have a child where I have not known any man? And people might say, okay, well, the Islamic view, Joseph went with her and then she became pregnant. So that's an argument that doesn't really have much importance to me. What's interesting is the angel Gabriel. Once again, we have the el at the end. You see?
Yeah, my Quran, doesn't say Gabriel though.
It says Jibril. It says Jibril, of course. Now, Jibril is the Arabic way, okay? And the Arabic will be closer to the original pronunciation, closer to the English, closer than the English pronunciation. And earlier I told you about Babylon, Bab-ilu. Some people might think or say, well, this guy is trying to say that Bab-ilu means the gate of God, but it's not Bab-el, it's Bab-ilu. Here you have the example. Here you have a quote-unquote breakdown or demonstration. El is the same as il. And when I say il, that's I-L. And why do I say that there's a demonstration? We say in English Gabriel, but in Arabic it's pronounced Jibril. It ends with the I-L, at least when it is transliterated in the Arabic, with the English letters. But the sound is the same. The Arabic is Jibril, so it ends with il. It's the same il that we have in Bab-ilu. And Bab-ilu, remember, that's Babylon. Babylon has a connotation of something negative. Rastafaris, they usually refer to societies or corrupt government as Babylon. Ironically, Babylon means gate of God. But then again, all this shows that when we have understanding of languages, it helps to bring some clarity.
Now, Shaka, right? When we looking at the L, would you consider a form ALA also of the term Allah that we see, or Most High in Arabic?
But does that exist in Arabic?
ALA? Oh yeah. Allah, that's the Most High in Arabic. That's an entire.
The thing is that in Arabic, there's the H sound. Hence why in English we use that.
I was just saying that to make another point, because we see that indeed does exist in the Arabic language. The ALA is the Most High, which would can also be pronounced Allah, the common term that we see in the Islamic tradition. But we see those forms in West Africa amongst in the Yoruba language with O, L, U, and sometimes OLO at the prefix of certain deities. Olodumare, Olodum, various, even Obatala as a suffix. Obatala.
There's no correlation.
Oh yeah,
and the thing is that
blue correlation, Shaka.
What says who? Says who?
Linguistics. 50% of Yoruba language is Arabic, and that's not from recent context.
Says who?
Well, isn't the name? Well, many linguists say that.
Like who?
Well, Shaka, when we look we can just let's do a little work. We can do a little work for ourselves. When we
Why
look at
don't,
all the
why don't you say that it is your hypothesis?
No, it is not my hypothesis.
Well,
but
says who then?
when we look at Olodumare, when we look at Olorun, when we look at Obatala, we see it in the prefix and we see it in the suffix, and it's both attached to deities. This is evident. We don't need a Yale scholar, a European with his pipe sticking out of his mouth and his Oxford jacket and his legs crossed. We don't need them to tell us that. We can pretty much ascertain that ourselves once we're familiar with. We don't need them to. But they do say that.
Brother, I can give you an example.
I would like to do your role though.
Oh, you can ask them what Allah means.
They have an interesting oral tradition.
But when you say 50%, when you say 50% of Yoruba is Arabic, I greatly differ. Even though I don't speak Yoruba, I mean, if you will say that for Swahili, I could agree, and it might be even more than 50%.
Yes.
But I will give you an example. I will give you an example to show you why your argument is not valid. With all due respect, in French, there's that word. But everything that you said, trying to make a correlation between Yoruba and Arabic, and here's the example.
His name is Oyiyo. The linguist. His name is Oyiyo.
Okay, so what did he say? That linguist.
He wrote a book called "The Sons of God and the Daughters of Men," and he deciphers the first, I believe, 10 chapters of Genesis, but he does it through a Sahel.
What did he say about Yoruba in Arabic?
What you say, brother?
What did he say about Yoruba in Arabic?
What did he say about Yoruba?
Yeah, because you're claiming that Yoruba is 50% Arabic, and that the Allah sound that we hear in Yoruba words derives from Allah, the Arabic deity, Allah.
We know Batala, Oludumare.
That's we know. I don't know. You know, maybe. But what did the linguist say?
West African.
Okay, all right. So basically, he that linguist didn't address that. He didn't
I would go as far as saying West African netters. I would go that far.
Okay. Well, I would still give the example. There's that word, a French word, that's called ballade. Mm-hmm. In English, you have that word as well, a ballad, and that would be like a type of song or a song. Now, in French, the word ballade, it means like having a stroll, like to walk around, to have a walk somewhere. So it's like me saying, well, in the word ballade, you have the sound Allah, ballad, Allah. And it's like me saying, well, you have the Allah that derives from the Arabic. So there's a correlation between French and Arabic. And that's wrong. Just because you have the same sound in two different words doesn't mean that they have a relationship.
Shaka, we're not talking about French. We're talking about Yoruba. And what
difference does it make?
About Yoruba and Arabic,
but even
not French.
So, I understand that. But why would it be more valid if it's Yoruba? Why would it be more valid than Chinese or French or English?
We should consult the deities, though. We should consult the netters, the West African netters, and see that we should consult Ifa. We should consult the Ifa system.
Okay, just 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm going to switch the internet connection because when you speak, it's breaking up a little bit. So I'm just going to do that now. It might load for a couple of seconds. Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, Shaka. I don't stay restricted. I'm not just stuck in the Quran or the Bible, brother. I study our people. Period. I try to, you know what I mean? And when we study, I look at the oneness of it. I don't.
But you know, brother, what is surprising to me is that I'm trying to explain to you how your arguments are just conjecture that's not validated by any specialist, by any expert. You're saying things that you're talking about different languages that are not related to one another, and you're trying to use sounds found in different words to try to make a correlation between the two. I mean, let's be honest, brother. We all make mistakes. Sometimes we speak too fast.
Brother,
Are you,
I ain't making
hold on, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Are you still maintaining that Yoruba is 50% Arabic?
Yes. Yes.
Based on what?
Based on linguistics. Well, let's just look at. Okay, fine, brother. Okay, it's not 50% Arabic. You know, just to satisfy that, it's not 50% Arabic, but there's a lot of Arabic in Yoruba. I'll leave it at that. When we look at Obatala,
that's wise, brother.
Okay, fine. When we look at Obatala, though, and when we look at Olodumare, when we look at other deities, we see the Allah, the ALA, the OLU. We see it. There's kinship there. But the more interesting thing is
hold on. May I ask, what does it mean, that word that you say, that Yoruba word that you pronounce? What does it mean?
Most High.
So
just like the same thing it means in Arabic.
Okay, so that's that's Olodumare, right?
Yes.
There's no Allah in Olodumare, but even if there was Allah,
it's OLO and OLU.
Okay, so now we go from Allah to OLO, OLU, which is Olo, Olu.
Well,
but
we talk a little different on the West Coast.
Remember, brother, we deal with linguistics. Allah literally means the God. So if you demonstrate,
it means Most High in Arabic.
That's what
ALA.
It means the God.
ALA means Most High in Arabic. That's what it means.
You sure?
Arabic. I'm absolutely certain. You know I study a little Arabic, Shaka. You know I'm not going to put nothing like that out there in front of a guy of your stature, you know, and be playing.
Even in assuming that Allah means the Most High in Arabic, that I'm not familiar with, I'm not saying it's not the case. The Allah of the Arabic deity, it means the God, you see, and that's just the main word we're dealing with, not the Most High. So,
but if it's the same thing, we're talking about one God. The Most High is Allah, basically. Allah is the Most High.
Okay, well,
that's my point of view.
According to you, we have the name Allah in different Yoruba words.
Yes.
Feel free to ask any linguist if he agrees with you, and I'm ready to bet that not a single linguist will agree with you.
No, Shaka, I don't want your money, brother. You know.
Well, okay, let's not bet. Let's not bet. Are you willing to ask a linguist if he agrees with you?
I have consulted linguists, brother. I don't, you know, I'm not saying I picked up the phone and called the linguist, but
did they agree with you?
Yeah, plenty of linguists postulate that. Yeah, they postulate. That's what they postulate.
Who did?
I mean, Shaka, you know we get in these rolling discussions. You know what I mean?
No, but you said many. Can you give me one name of a linguist that agrees with that postulates that?
Shaka, brother, is Obatala what you sounded out? Is Allah and Obatala? Yes or no?
You know, brother, what's funny is that
you too smart to tell me you don't recognize that.
I'm just. Whenever I ask you for names of scholars that agree with you, for strange reason, you never say the name of the scholars. People are going to start believing that you're making this up.
Let me get you a name, Shaka, because you think I'm playing. Stop playing, Shaka. Come on, brother. Why we always got to go through all this right here?
Okay, well, let me share the calling link. People are free to call in.
Yeah.
As you can see, we can talk about everything. We can even talk about the alleged relationship between the Yoruba and the Arabic that I never heard of before that day.
Why you got a problem that we ruled all over the place? What's wrong with that?
Okay, so if we rule all over the place, why don't you take a European name? Because we rule in Europe.
Huh?
What
you say?
Since you want to use a pretext that we ruled all over the world in order to claim those Asiatic names, why don't you take on a European name? Because if we rule all over the world, we ruled in Europe as well. Why don't you take a Russian or French or British name?
Apparently the same God was known, according to if we look at the philology and the linguistic evidence. I think this is the one here. I'm trying to click on it.
Okay, well, Hotep
Baumhard, this is the source right here, Shaka. Baumhard, Afrasian Comparative Philology. That is, I think this is the one. Hold on. It's Afrasian Comparative Philology and Vocabulary by Alan R.
I'm not going to read.
Carolina, USA, 2014.
I'm not going to read the whole article. You have to tell me.
Well, that's the book, bro.
You have to give me the quote where it says that Yoruba is related to Arabic. That's what you need to do. And I don't think any linguist in the world. I don't think any linguist in the world would say that. They are not even in the same language family.
There's linguists that say that, Shaka.
Who?
Why? Because it's not because the Yoruba is supposed to be Niger Congo. The language of Mali of the Dogon is supposed to be Niger Congo too.
Hold on. You said there's many linguists that say that. Which linguists say that?
Right, Shaka. I just gave you the whole text. You want me to go through it right now and pull out?
So are you saying that this guy that you named says that Yoruba is related to Arabic? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, Shaka. All right. Let's look at another one. Let's look at the creator sky god of the Dogon. It's Amu Dagon. It's Amu Dagon. Where did they get Amu? You mean to tell me that's not Asiatic?
Okay, we've had this discussion plenty of times, but you realize that you're avoiding my question, right?
Yeah, of course, because you want me to go through the whole book right now.
I would like you to substantiate what you're saying because you're making a very strong claim.
Brother, everything we just dialoguing, everything you're saying, you're not pulling out a source for it.
But well, you can challenge me on something I say, and I can look for the source.
A lot of what you say, I agree with.
Yes, but even if you don't agree with you have the right to challenge me and ask me where do I get that from? Who am I quoting?
I'm not going to do that though because I know you're competent.
Yeah,
I know that you're competent. And I say that respectfully. No cap, bro.
I know. But the thing is that you do that very often. You claim that specialists or scholars or linguists say some things. You put words in their mouth, and that's not a good thing.
Okay, where did the Dogon get the term for their sky god Amu Dagon?
I don't know.
What is that? What is that Amu? Is Amu not the Asiatics in Kemet?
So, brother, and it's good for people to hear because what you're doing is exactly linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics.
When their genetics say that they came from the Near East, it's different, Shaka.
You're taking
it's different. It takes on a weightier argument when their genetics say that they come from the Middle East. And they're black.
You're taking two words from two different languages, and because you have the same sound in those two words, you're trying to make a correlation. There's no correlation with the language that the Dogon speak and the Arabic. It doesn't exist, with the Medu nature. I don't know about the Dogon language, but you have relationship between. Come again?
I said I don't think you're too sure.
What I was about to say is that what the language that the Dogon speak, what is it called?
Niger Congo. They speak Niger Congo language, but they cluster genetic genetically with Afro-Asiatic language speakers.
Did you hear the question I asked you?
Yeah.
What was the question?
You said, what language did the Dogon speak? I said they speak a Niger-Congo language, but they cluster genetically with Afro-Asiatic language speakers. They speak Niger-Congo because they've been in Mali for a very long time, but originally they spoke Afro-Asiatic language. That's why their sky god is Amu Dagon.
Well, they speak Kado or Kado. That's what they speak. You're talking about no, but you're talking about a language family. A language family is not a language. It's not a language. Now, I have not yet seen any correlation between that language and the Mid-Nature. However, there is relationship with the Mid-Nature and different African languages.
Oh man!
But the thing is that you're trying to say that because we have the sound Amu in that word, that Dogon word, you try to say that there's a correlation with the Amu, who are the Asiatics, but the Asiatics have been depicted as white people on several artifacts from Kemet. So it just doesn't add up.
I got their DNA right here.
Well, brother, apparently on top of being a specialist in linguistic, you're also a specialist in genetics.
I'm not a specialist. I just read, brother.
Okay.
I got the DNA study right here.
It's all the same. But brother, you know, it's really a shame because you never ask a specialist for confirmation.
The geneticists are specialists.
No, but you make hypotheses.
No, I'm back.
Wow.
The genetics backs the linguistics.
Okay. So apparently you have made the study. And
I didn't make the study. I can refer you to it. I can put it on the screen. I can share my screen with you right now.
What can you share on the screen?
You want to see it?
No, I'm just asking. What are you able to show and prove?
I can share the genetic study. I can share the genetics of the Hadza and Sandawi people that demonstrate precisely what I'm saying.
Okay. And what is it that you're saying?
We should look at it.
No, but what is it that
we should look at we should look at what the scientists are saying.
Okay. Well, just like with Berber allegedly being found in the Mid-Nature and designating some Berbers, you are free to show and prove at any time the relationship between the Yoruba and the Arabic. It's going to be very difficult for you, brother.
No, it's not.
Well,
not with the genetics showing the migration path.
Well, brother, feel free. You can always send an email to a geneticist, a linguist, a historian, a geographer, and ask, do you agree? Is it possible?
Geneticists say right now. We can put it on the screen.
I'm waiting. What can we put on the screen, brother?
We can put the genetics to say.
Listen. This claim about genetics, you made it many times. Today you came up with a new claim. So because it's new, I have more interest. You never mentioned before during any of my live stream that the Yoruba was related to the Arabic. That's the first time you stated that. It's not new to me. Well, I'm saying that's the first time you stated that during one of the live streams. Okay. So you are free to contact any specialist, any scholar, and ask them if they agree or if it is possible or if it is likely, and you will see their answer. And I'm confident that their answer will be absolutely not. But maybe I'm wrong. So feel free.
So why can't we cross-reference with multiple disciplines? You know, I don't understand. I don't get that about brothers. Why don't we think linguistics overlaps with genetics somewhere and that genetics overlaps with archaeology somewhere? Because they do. And it's just a fact.
Brother, you are free to do anything you want. But when it comes to the Yoruba language and the Arabic language, the specialists are the linguists.
Yes, the specialists.
So feel free to ask any linguist of your choice.
We can consult the genetics right now.
No, brother,
how about at least the oral tradition?
Brother, it's strange.
Where did they come from, Shaka?
Brother, it's very strange.
What is the oral tradition?
Brother, hold on, brother. What's the problem in sending an email to a scholar? Why
I got the studies on deck. I don't need an email. I got pages and pages of genetic studies.
Brother, I'm not talking about genetics. I'm talking about linguistics. I'm talking about what you stated, what you claimed.
I
You
just told
first
you.
said, hold on, brother. You first said that it was 50%, but you corrected yourself. You made an amendment, but you
Not
still.
really. I just gave in because I didn't want to go and keep on looking for it. I gave you the whole comparative Afrasian,
Okay. Okay. So apparently you
the
want
whole book.
to. So apparently now you want to say that there's actually 50% of Arabic in the Yoruba. Is that what you're saying?
Yoruba, yeah,
Well,
about
brother,
50%,
but
maybe
but
more,
but it's a shame that you make claims
maybe
like that.
more.
It's really a shame that you make claims like that because no study, you have not presented any study about the Yoruba and the Arabic language.
I know the oral.
You just
I know
made
the
that up.
Yoruba
You
oral
just made that,
tradition
brother. You just
says
made,
they come from the Near East
brother.
and they black.
You just made that up.
I didn't make up that they come from the Near East though.
Says who?
That's what they. That's what Ife. That's what Oni Ife. Oduduwa. Dougal. Oduduwa, brother. Dougal again. That's what the legend of the tradition, the oral tradition of Oduduwa in the Yoruba in Ife. That's
Wow.
where he comes from. He comes from the Near East. We should respect the oral tradition. They
Well,
was
brother,
black.
you're
They look.
free.
That's our people.
You're free to substantiate what you say with the opinion of a specialist. You know, you are free to do that. You know, so
The
that's my
geneticists are
no,
specialists.
brother. That's you're not a geneticist, so you
They
cannot.
are.
No, yes, they are, but they have not said what you're saying.
Yes,
But
they are.
once again, brother, it's a proposition. You don't have to do it, but it's useful for everyone
I
that's
feel you.
listening. It's useful for everyone that's listening right now and those who will listen later. If you go on university websites, you you oftentimes have names and contact details of doctors. Now, Jabrut is asking, how do I call in? It's just by clicking on this link. So feel free to call in so we can talk about something else because honestly,
We should look at the genetics. Do you know?
oh,
Just
brother, we did that so many times, but
no, we didn't.
it's it's,
No,
it's
we
it's
didn't.
it's sad, brother, because you don't realize that people will laugh at you with your claim about the
I
Yoruba
don't.
and the Arabic.
I don't care.
Okay, well, you should care.
We on we on the internet. Who cares? I don't care what they laugh at. They slow. They don't know the Yoruba oral tradition. They don't know the Fulani, the Fobe, the Hausa, the Bisharin, the Beja, the Maasai. They don't know what their genetics is. The Maasai are 62% Afro-Arabian DNA. So are Khoisan.
Well, brothers and sisters,
They don't.
You've heard it from the horse's mouth. Ah, dear brother.
Why don't you look at the study?
Ah, dear brother. There's no study.
I know you. I know you're not scared, Shaka.
What's there's no study. Right now, I'm waiting for Jabru to call in because
you want to see the study?
That discussion to me,
he can get it too.
Yeah,
he said he a Hebrew killer. He can get it too.
yeah, but
it's all love.
We cannot just make claims and say there's some studies about this and you cannot show any evidence.
Ask him, do he want to smoke with the studies?
Now,
with the genetics.
Dr. Reasonable wrote, how come the man fears the man putting up his evidence? He puts it up, and if it's sound, it's sound. Why is the host scared? So apparently I'm scared. Feel free to call in Dr. Reasonable. And then Dr. Reasonable wrote, I want to see the man's evidence. Okay,
forgive me, Shaka. I ain't trying to grandstand or nothing like that. You know, we mess around like that. I got hella respect.
Yeah, I know. It's all good. But what I'm trying to and it's the same actually. I always try to tell you to consult the specialist, but you always
got a
fail to do that.
specialist on deck, bro.
Okay, wow.
I got some geneticists, some African doctors on the study too. Two African doctors, two Europeans, I think a Russian, an Italian, and two straight up pure blood Africans. They saying some interesting things, brother.
You know, as a people, if we want to progress, we need to be scientific. And what you're doing is try to validate your own hypothesis.
No, we should look at what these scientists say. I got the study on deck, bro. The genetic ancestry of
Okay.
the Hadza
Okay.
and Zandawi
Okay.
peoples.
Okay, brother, are
It
you familiar?
robustly-
Are you familiar with the Yoruba language?
you know what they say, Shaka?
Okay.
They say
We're not gonna go anywhere
you
if
know
you
what
keep
they
avoiding
say, Shaka?
questions.
I ain't scared to say it. They say that the Afro-Arabian DNA is the parent of Kush. That's what the genetic ancestry of the Hadza and Sandawi people demonstrates. They say that the Afro-Arabian is the parent of Kush, not white Arabian, Afro-Arabian. That's what they say, brother. Sooner or later, we're going to have to address these things, or we just holding ourselves back.
Jabrut is here, so I'm going to put you on the panel, brother. Welcome, Jabrut. Feel free to speak and say what's on your mind.
Peace. I appreciate you taking my call. I just got a quick question. I was at work, so I just jumped back into the video. I'm not sure what the topic is, but it sounded like he was going into the Yoruba, the West African spirituality. It's my belief that most of the evidence is in the Imaginator, but it's my belief that it's one and the same with the Kemetic spirituality.
I'm sorry, I could not really hear you well. You believe that the Kemetic spirituality is the same as what?
They derive from the Yoruba and the Medjugorje Kemetic spirituality, whatever you want to call it. They all derive from the Mountain of the Moon, which is South Africa, and all of the knowledge on both ends are pretty much the same, from the chakras to the teachings, etc.
It is.
Well, Theophilo Benga, PhD, linguist, and historian, who assisted Cheikh Anta Diop in the 1974 UNESCO symposium or UNESCO conference. He wrote in his book that are shown, now it's a French version, but there's an English translation, African philosophy of the pharaonic period. He talks about some correlation between the writing of Kemet, and he mentions the Dogon. That's earlier. I've just studied the book, and other people also have made some correlation or highlighted some similarities. So the Dogon and Kemet, I don't see anything strange with that claim. But our brother Afro-Asiatic is saying that the Yoruba is 50% Arabic, which is unheard of in history, but he doesn't want to consult the expert.
How does the Bantu lineage predates Arabic?
Well, Arabic probably predates it, but it's difficult. It's difficult to try to give an outline, a chronological outline between one language and a language family. But Arabic is quite ancient, so
yes, it is.
I'm going to try to have a quick look on Encyclopedia Britannica to see what they say about Bantu. But there's an issue of a language being spoken and the attestation of the language, and the attestation is made in writing.
Oh, I see what y'all saying.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, brother, are you familiar with Obatala?
No, I'm not.
No, none of those. I see them as netures. From my point of view, I'm talking about the West African deities. Many of them.
Oh, the Orishas?
Yeah, exactly. Orishas. I see them as netures in a lot of ways because, for instance, with Ogun and Ogun relating to the Odode and the Odode relating to going back and forth all the way to Mesopotamia, West Africa, backwards and forwards. Kemet. We see the Odode. So I agree with you on that much. It's all basically the same, basically at the principle level.
I just need help furthering my research. I have pretty much every book there is to have. I'm at a stumbling block because it's from my understanding that anything in Mesopotamia came from Africa or what they call the Congo, from my understanding. So to me, maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if you're going to claim anything in Mesopotamia predates anything from Africa, I just consider it wrong.
Well, for myself, you know, and me being big on studying and reading genetic studies, you know, the contacts go back so far between Mesopotamia and sub-Saharan Africa. For instance, amongst the Khoisan, we have Afro-Arabian DNA at 24,000 years ago, BP, before present, you know. So contacts between the Levant and Mesopotamia, as far as the Khoisan down the Swahili coast, you know, that's very, very ancient. You know, Muna Matapa in the near the Congo and all of that. You know, it's real old. You know, so I reckon, in my opinion, you know, that those traditions were shared a very long time ago. You know, before any Europeans even showed up, in my opinion.
Okay. So what is it that you say Afro-Asiatic? What is it that you are you Sumerian? Are you maybe from the Levant? What are you claiming?
Oh well, I mean, the first thing I claim is my mama. You know what I mean? That's where I come from.
So you believe in okay.
But
okay. No, so, excuse me, but most of the Asiatics I talk to, they're strictly European or what I call Indo-European or Shemitic.
Right. Now I understand. Well, in my opinion, Shemitic doesn't have much to do with European at the root, because we, in my opinion, when we're looking at Shem, we're looking at basically melanated people, you know. But later on, you know, the Bible even tells us that Japhet, or someone who is styled as Europeans would take over the tents of Shem. Yeah, I look at those states that were in the Levant, you know, they were Afro-Asiatic states, you know, in my nation states, in my opinion. And then Europeans came in and they usurped them. You know, that's my line of reasoning.
I can agree with that. But what's your stance on which one predates? Which one is first?
Which one is first? In what sense?
Mesopotamia versus Nile. Or let's say the Euphrates River versus the Nile. Which civilization do you? I know they're around the same time. I have the books, but what I'm reading is that most of the Nile civilization can trace back further.
Well, I would say that everyone came out of Africa, you know, but according to the geneticists and linguistics, Africans went into the Near East of over 100,000 years ago. I think I think it's further back than that. But what we got is the Nubian complex of Oman that's in Arabia, as well as complexes in northern Arabia. And it's interesting developments with the Levelius cores, or the arrowheads, the axes, the points, and the technology that was used to sharpen certain points. It's a peculiar, some peculiar cores in the Arabian Peninsula that appear. All other cores appear to have an African origin, you know, and I agree with that Africans went in very early, you know, and I think that they're cutting down the numbers, in my opinion, but to stick around 100,000. But the cores that develop in a certain culture appear to have no African origin, you know, and they stand out, you know. So in my opinion, I believe hominin technology was given to it appears was given to these Homo sapiens that came out of Africa, went into the Levant and developed otherwise African cores, or those Nubian complex cores, went into the Arabian Peninsula. But there was some other Homo sapiens there that developed or got technology from a more ancient set of our people. I don't believe hominin was gorillas or monkeys, because monkeys don't build boats, you know. So I don't go with the European, because in one case they tell us that they were some type of monkey people, and then they say that they were building boats. Monkeys don't build freaking boats, You know what I mean? So I think that they were just in different types of original people, but they gave a superior technology to a certain set of in the group of people that were in the Levant, and we see it in the cores. Their cores are more sophisticated than Nubian cores. You know, that's a particular culture about 50,000 years ago. That was it goes back further than that, but they said roughly 50,000 years ago in the Levant.
Okay, I got to research that. I got to look into that. I agree with it, some of what you said, because I know for a fact that Nubia, well, I wouldn't say helped the Hyksos, but they aided the Hyksos in taking down Kemet. It's in their writing, so I can see a correlation. I'm just trying to understand of what you're saying.
Point. That's a critical point, brother. Right there, what you just said, that's crucial, because we have Dr. Charles Finch, and Dr. Charles Finch tells us that Nubians and Asiatics were co-religionists.
Right.
I think that they were actually. I think that the early Asiatics were actually basically the same stock as Nubians. I think that the Kushites were Asiatics, in my opinion. You know?
I'm with you on that. I'm confused about when did the whitewashing? Because in Kemet, they have depictions of the Hyksos, and every depiction is of the Indo-European. So I'm just trying to get to the point in history to when the whitewashing happened. I hate. This is why I am.
It's rough,
huh?
It's rough, because it's all mixed up. And I think that our people in Kemet, that at one point we understood that the Asiatics were basically other melanated tribes. But at some point, once the Europeans came down and took over the lands in the Levant and the Arabian Peninsula, that when the term Asiatic was used, it meant directionality. You
Like
kind of get what I'm saying?
No, I understand.
Yeah. So it's
hold
hard.
on. Now, Jabrut Hebrew Slayer,
yes,
mentioned the fact that when he looks at depictions of the Asiatics, they are of Indo-European appearance or stock.
Yes.
So what do we do with that Afro-Asiatic?
Well, I would say, do we reason that the depictions at Beni Hassan, that the depictions in the tomb of Rickmere, the depictions in the tomb of Sobek Hotep, and others, they depict Black Asiatics.
Where is Sobek?
Can you show us?
Rickmere, even Seti the First, even Seti, he has Black Asiatics.
Can you show us?
He has a mixture.
Can you show us? Can you show us the Black Asiatics?
Shaka. Or the Amu, Beni Hassan. Do you know there's a Beni Hassan tribe?
No, I've shared it. I've shared it before, but
and they're Black.
No,
I'm
they're
talking
not
about
black.
the real ones.
They are white. They are
no,
Caucasian.
I'm talking about the real live living Beni Hassan tribe in Africa now.
Okay, all right. No, I'm not talking about now. But the thing is that, listen, if in depictions from Kemet around 1300 BC, 1500 BC, if the Asiatics are already, Rekhmire is not an Asiatic.
I'm talking about Rickmere has in his tombs the drawings, the murals of Black Asiatics.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's deal with that. Okay, let's deal with that. Can you please show me the Black Asiatic? Brother, can you please show me the Black Asiatics?
Oh yeah.
On Rekhmire's tomb, or whatever that has to do with Rekhmire. Please, I would love to see that.
That's
all right. So we are going to make a discovery. We're going to see some Black Asiatics in Rekhmire's tomb. I've never seen that, but hey.
I know what he's talking about, but to me, I still think they're Indo-European. Are you talking about the because I've never been to Kemet. I'm not going to stake that claim, but I know I'm familiar with most of the temples and tombs and so on. But are you talking about in the let me say this right, or maybe I could just spell it. It's the king Apepi, Apepa.
There was one foreigner with that name, and he ruled. But I think it was Hyksos king.
The tomb of Rickmere.
But he depicted black. From what I may be wrong, but from what I know, he was the only one that depicted black Asiatics that I know of.
But can you share this depiction?
I'm trying.
If I get on my laptop, I would have to. I'm on my phone right now. If I was on my laptop, I can't. I have all my information on my laptop. He's the one that depicted himself as the Sphinx.
Yes, I've seen that one, and indeed, he was a Hyksos ruler.
It's tomb.
But he depicted himself as black, though. Well, from what I've researched, I may be wrong. From what I've researched, he depicted himself as a black man.
Well, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. But black Asiatics in Kemet, that doesn't exist. The depiction of the Asiatics, of Semitic people or Sea people, they are Caucasian, they are white skinned, they are definitely not black. Well, no, right. I've shared it.
Bro.
I believe you. I believe you. Every depiction is.
And not Rekmir and Sobek Hotep. We got Rekmir, Rekmir TT100 in parentheses. That's the heading of the tomb.
Do you have the link? Do you have the link to the depiction?
Shaka, you know I'm not tech savvy.
No, but you don't have to be tech savvy to go on Google and find a depiction.
TT100.
No, you give TT stands for Theban tomb. You're just giving me the number of a tomb.
Okay, well, brother.
But the thing is that the thing is that I know how you operate. Anytime you hear Asiatic,
come on.
Listen, every time you hear Asiatic, you want people to believe that they are black because you do believe that they are black.
I know they are black. I know they're black.
Yeah, okay.
I don't believe it.
Okay, but that's a belief.
You don't want to see the genetic study. You don't want to see that.
So how about we go into the Megenary? Can I help me with this one? Okay, what about Khnum Hotep II? What about his inscription of the Kushite king? I may screw his name up, but it's spelled Abisharie. He has a description of that Kushite. Now, I agree with you that I believe they're Indo-European, but for some reason, I'm stuck on.
I don't believe they're Indo-Europeans.
I was talking about me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I do believe. I believe the Hyksos are what we call Indo-European, or at least of that stock.
Mm-hmm.
But when we get more specific into the terms, when we look at the Amu or the West Asiatics that married into the 14th dynasty, and that 14th dynasty was a Kushite dynasty, and Nehesi comes out of that dynasty, the Nubian. Out of those marriages, we got to consider
brother,
we got to consider that.
You're making stuff up.
I'm not making up anything.
What? Show and prove.
And
only time they would have mixed.
Hold on. Just
marry West Asiatics.
Just one moment. Just one moment. Now, have you found the depiction of these black Asiatics you talked about earlier?
Shaka, I just gave it to you, bro.
No,
okay.
100. So that's established. You claimed that there are depictions of black Asiatics.
Shaka, you don't even look at the genetics.
Hold on. You did not say
Kush is Asiatic, Shaka.
Okay. I'm going to wait until I can speak. You did not say the genetic studies indicate such and such. You said there are depictions of Black Asiatics. That's what you said.
We could jump over that and go straight to the genes. Go straight to the DNA.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about the DNA.
Zoom straight in.
All right. Okay. To make the long story short, you claim that there were depictions of Black Asiatics, and when I asked you to show us, you said yes, but we just can all witness that there's nothing that you can show and prove, and I know why, because it doesn't exist. Now that being out of the way, now Jabrut, what did you want to ask about
Greeks? I really want to know about the Greeks, man. I'm really that's really my where I'm at in my research right now.
Mm-hmm. But I thought you were talking about something else earlier. You mentioned some Nehisi, but feel free, ask whatever question you want. Feel free, or make any statements you want. Feel free.
Well, if we going off what he said, we know that we went up into war in Kadesh, which is what we consider, I don't know, Levant at best, and we know that they intermixed there. So I obviously there was some type of intermixing, but in the Medunetter, they're always depicted as of European stock. That's as far as I know of the Hyksos, or what you call Asiatic.
Not the Amu, not Beni Hassan.
I'm not
brothers and sisters.
When we look at the Amu,
brothers and sisters,
they black.
Feel free to go on any search engine and type in BENI space HASAN
and research it.
And you can add Hyksos, spelled
HY. Don't do no Hyksos. Just do Beni Hassan. You can actually, we can actually find live people in Africa that tell us they are Beni Hassan, brother.
All right.
So they look like them people on that placard behind you, brother.
Okay. Can I just speak?
I'm just saying, black man.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So Beni, BENE space Hassan, HASAN space. You can type in Hyksos, HYKSOS, or you can type in Canaanite. I don't think I need to spell that for you. And you will see the depiction. You will probably come across the reproduction. The original is there, but the original is not really clear. It's old, it's damaged. But what's interesting is that just look at the depiction, or just look at the phenotype of the Canaanites and the phenotype of the Egyptians, and you will see the difference in skin tone.
Look up the Beni Hassan tribe too, family.
Yeah, okay. What did you want to ask about the Greek, Jabrut?
Okay, well, just going off what what our elders say, Dr. Ben, they say that these Greek philosophers are fake because the Greeks wasn't writing. They didn't have a language to write in, so they couldn't leave behind any stories or any books and so on and so forth. So obviously it leads us to the Phoenicians, but that's the 9th century BCE. So I was just trying to see if there's any other information out there that can help me with my research.
Yeah, brother. Can I answer the brother Shaka?
Feel free.
Yeah, brother. When we look at the Phoenicians, we see a deep connection between them and the Libyans or Berbers. We see, for instance, the sign of Tanit that we see up there in North Africa. There's a relationship with the sign of Tanit and Africans that came out of South Arabia, with the South Arabian script, the Musnad in South Arabia. We see the same symbolism with the arms raised, and it's in a feminine form. But when we look at South Arabia, it's just the arms raised, and sometimes it has
like the Ka?
Yeah, like the Ka. And but sometimes it has the crescent moon kind of shape to it too in South Arabia. I mean, but I deal with it from a principle standpoint, so I know essentially I'm looking at the same systems. You know what I mean? I think it's a collapsed empire. You know what I mean? In my opinion, I think we're looking at remnants of archaic African, basically empire. You know what I mean? That spanned, those entire areas.
But why? But the imaginary, that would be an imaginary, right?
Yeah, well, when we look at the oral traditions of, say, Amazigh, we got to look at these people's oral traditions and give it some respect.
Brother. He's asking about the Medu Nature. You're talking about oral tradition. The Medu Nature is a language as well as a language.
I know, but when we look at
now, Brother Jabrut, can you specify what your question is exactly? You mentioned the Greek, and you mentioned there are stories. Now, there are Greek stories written down. Then you mentioned the Phoenician. So what is exactly your question?
Okay, so those stories, is it written in Greek or Phoenician?
Well, I presume they are written in Greek.
It's Phoenician first.
But okay, all right. So where did the Greek is? All right, so if Greek predated Phoenician,
the Greeks get it from the Phoenician.
Where is the Greek?
Hold on. I never said that the Greek predated the Phoenician. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. Are you asking about the first stories, or because the first stories, I don't know what they are. I don't know if you have any originals for them. You see, so maybe I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna try to better explain it. When you read some of the older Homer or Herodotus or Plato, they all speak about older ancient books that older Greeks wrote, philosophies that they wrote. So my question is, obviously, they're talking about a time when this is before 9th BCE. So this is no more Phoenicians. So if they're writing,
we don't know what time period they're talking about.
Well, so you're saying don't use the European timeline?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Now, if Homer and Plato or Greeks of that period, like we're talking about 400 BC, right? Something like that, right?
Them, yeah. But I believe
so if they're referring to ancient texts or older texts, how do we know they're talking about 8th or 9th century? How do we know?
How do we know? Well,
yes.
If you go off strictly what they're saying off of Kemet, and then you correlate that of what the ancestors are saying, what's going on in the homeland, you can correlate what timeline they're talking about. Obviously, they don't go far as back as the Nile does, so they only come in at a particular. They come in pretty much what I've researched. They come in during the Middle Kingdom, and from their stories. I may be wrong, but if you read their stories, to me, it sounds like they came in through the Middle Kingdom. So if they was writing back then, I just want to know what was they writing in.
Okay, so now I think I understand your question. Your question is, if the Greeks came to Egypt or Kemet during the Middle Kingdom, what language did they write their stories in? Is that your question?
Correct. Yes.
Well, that I don't know, and I don't even know if there was any people known as Greek during that time period. Now, but let me share something so that people can have an idea when it comes to the Greek language and what came before.
Okay.
It is probably very small on the screen. Okay, but it can still be read. Maybe it's difficult on a mobile phone, but on a desktop, it'll be, people will be able to read it. Now, this is Encyclopedia Britannica, 2012. So this is the entry for Greek language, and it says, Indo-European language spoken primarily in Greece. It has a long and well-documented history, the longest of any Indo-European language, spanning 34 centuries. There is an ancient phase subdivided into a Mycenaean period text in syllabic script attested from the 14th to the 13th century BC, and archaic and classical periods beginning with the adoption of the alphabet from the 8th to the 4th century BC. a Hellenistic and Roman phase, the 4th century BC to the 4th century AD, a Byzantine phase, 5th to the 15th century AD, and a modern phase. So we can see that the old phase, the ancient phase of Greek, is the Mycenaean period, and we have texts attested from the 14th to the 13th century BC. So if Greeks went to Kemet during that time period, and if they wrote, it could have been that Mycenaean type of script, that syllabic script, or it might have been any other language. But the Phoenician language, the Phoenician script, this thing derives out of Canaan. Do we agree on that?
Correct.
So why would it be writing with a Canaanite script?
Well, I feel like this is when the race, well, they always mix, but I feel like this is when the Europeans really came in and took hold. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm really confused.
But the confusion, in my opinion, the confusion is because many of our people like to say, well, the alphabet came from the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians brought forth the alphabet. So some of our people feel like if anybody wrote something, it is because they were Phoenicians, or they were inspired or taught or civilized by the Phoenicians. I think that's where the confusion comes from.
I know we taught the Phoenicians, and I know all about the language barrier because we don't get the claim.
But when you say we spoke the Phoenician, which population are you talking about?
Well, what we call the Upper Canaan, Canaanite, or Levant region, Tyre, Byblos,
Okay, so you are of the opinion that the Canaanites were black people then?
Well, I believe they're mixed race. I believe they have melanin, but they're not black people.
But
I believe they were black.
You know what's interesting is that earlier you mentioned this depiction of Kemet showing Asiatics, and you said yourself that they are of the Indo-European stock. But now you're saying that you believe that the people of Canaanite who are Asiatics, and you believe that they were mixed race. Why is it so?
No, I don't. No. See, I believe this is just what I believe from reading and researching. This is just what to me, I'm a Nubian. Kemet is Kemet, but when it get into the Levant, into Mesopotamia, all that region is when you get race mixing. So what I call Indo-European
at what time period? At one time period did the race mixing take place, though? Are you saying they were just always mixed race, or is there a time period when race mixing took place?
It had to always been there because what I've learned is that the Sumerians,
according to National Geographic, Europeans haven't even been on this planet as we know them. They haven't been on this planet past 6,000 years. So we know that area was not always mixed, according to National Geographic.
But I personally know it was always at least two kinds of people in Africa. It was always a nomad, what turned out what we're talking about. That's what they said the nomads left Africa and started. That's what I believe started the Sumerian. But these are two different type of Africans over time.
They back in Africa though.
Okay.
They in the Sahel. They in the Sahel. Still practicing nomadic pastoralism in the Sahel right now. They are called Bagara, Fulani.
No, because I'm Fulani.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the Mon people.
Well, then the Ma,
the Mon, M-O-N.
Oh, the Mon. Oh,
the people that went into Asia.
No, now check this out.
I'm talking about Amazigh.
Hold on.
And Ma.
Hold on. Listen up, please. I'm sharing a link called White Semites Black Awakening. The brute, I don't think you have seen that video because I show different artifacts of Mesopotamians, Akkadians, Sumerians, people of the Levant from about 2500 BC to about 700 BC. And if you have the time, if you're interested, because you're under no obligation, you will be able to see that the phenotype of the people of the Levant, of the Middle East, have consistently been the same. the inhabitants of these areas are white Caucasian type. So the other link that I've shared just before is the standard of war. You
I
mentioned
agree.
yes.
So what do we say to National Geographic when they say there were no Europeans past 6,000 years?
But brother Afro
What do we
Asiatic,
say to that?
brother Afro Asiatic, you're talking about 6,000 years BC.
That's correct.
Yes, but I'm talking about 2,500 BC.
So where did all of those African types go?
Hold on.
Did they disintegrate?
All right. Let me share the screen. Hold on.
They back migrated.
Hold on. No, but hold on.
They back migrated.
Hold on, brother. You don't have any depictions from 6,000
The back
BC.
migration, Shaka, crushes you.
I'm gonna have to mute him. Okay, I've muted brother Afro Asiatic. Now, this is the standard of war. So this is a depiction.
That's outdated.
I'm familiar with that. Yeah. I'm familiar with that. Okay. That's Sumerian, right?
Okay, all right, okay. So my point is this. If in 20, and the date is there, is it at the bottom?
Do they got the beards? Is the beards on there?
No, I don't see any beard.
See, it do change.
But there is the date, 2500 BC. If in 2500 BC, the Sumerians look like this, they are clearly white, right?
Correct.
How do they go from white to black?
See, I don't think my opinion.
If they were black and they turn whiter, I could understand. Look at the genetics, Shaka. They do some race mixing, they end up lighter. But how can they be white at first and they turn black later on?
Let's look at Hadza and Sandawi genetics. Hadza and Sandawi genetics.
I feel like
ancestry of Hadza and Sandawi.
I feel like those are showing black people. I feel like the Medu Netter did the same thing with Osiris. We did it with a few netters where their skin complexion is different. And I feel like with this particular, we're talking about Mesopotamia, filled with sand and clay. They don't have much material. I just feel like they used the wrong material because they're showing froze, and this is pre-beards. If you look at the Medu Netter, they did change. The Asiatics did change. Because they eventually, I'm gonna show you a depiction.
Okay, please do so. But while you're looking at the depiction, we have color there. Here we have white. Here we have blue. Here we have black. Here we have red. So they had the color. They could have depicted themselves otherwise, but they depicted themselves as white. And I'm very surprised that you say that to you. You feel like it's showing white people.
That's because I know their culture. They thought white was the reverse as what we thought. We thought black was divine. They thought white was pure. And I'm just saying they chose the wrong skin color because they just chose the wrong color because they're showing black people right here. I see black people right here. I see afros. I see non-beards. I see black people. I do not see a European style. Now, it is a race mixing.
Hold on, brother. Just for the record, where do you see an afro?
I feel like all of them, especially this main guy in the chair, has a fro. They're trying to depict a hairline with a fro. That's just my personal opinion. And these features are African features: big nose, big lips.
Okay, that's okay. To each his own. Now,
they're horrible. They're not good artists like us. But they were trying. They're in the middle of the desert, so they were doing the best. All I'm saying is there are other depictions in the Medu Netter of Asiatics, and eventually they have beards. And they're more.
You know, brother. What is strange to me is that people love to claim that the Mesopotamians had a civilization, but now you're trying to come up with a rationale as to why they did not depict themselves in a proper manner, and you did that by saying that they are in the middle of a desert. So on one hand, people claim that you have Ur, where Abraham is supposedly from, but this is just the region or the area known as Mesopotamia. On one hand, people claim that they had this civilization and this kingdom and all that. But now we hear that they were in the middle of the desert. It's a bit strange to me.
you're familiar with it. I'm not saying that they just, to me, in my opinion, these are African people, and they're depicted in a wrong color, just like Osiris. But we know why Osiris is depicted as green, and we know why the netters are always sometimes depicted in different colors. What I'm saying is, in Mesopotamia, we have to understand why they depicted themselves as white with no European features. I don't see any.
Okay.
A few of them characters have.
You have the right to you have the right to your opinion, but
they're
then
way
again,
darker. They're way darker.
Okay, here where my finger is, that's the Egyptian. Here, this is Beni Hassan.
He's way darker on the real thing, and you know that, Shaka. We went over that already. That's a poor depiction.
Okay.
That's a poor depiction.
Yeah, well, this is a depiction.
That's an artist rendition. The real thing, all of those figures are much darker, and you know it, brother.
Okay.
You should stop even showing that.
Well,
if I upload a picture,
you know the real one is dark.
Hold on. Now that you said that, let me show the source. The source is the Oxford Encyclopedia of Archaeology in the Near East.
If it's an artist rendition, it ain't the real thing.
Brother, can I speak? Thank you. So this is the Oxford Encyclopedia of Archaeology in the Near East. This book is written by scholars. So if they saw it fit to put that reproduction, okay, and we can see who the editor of the book is. I'm just going to put Eric M. Myers. That's the editor-in-chief, okay? So, let me go back. Now, hold on, brother, hold on. This book is prepared under the auspices of the American Schools of Oriental Research. Okay, so that's volume 1. So they saw it fit to put that reproduction. You said they are darker. I agree that on the original, the Canaanites that we can see here, while my finger is showing, I agree that they are darker.
That's right.
But hold on. As much as the Canaanites are darker on the original, the Egyptians are still darker on the original. So it doesn't make a difference. The important point. Okay, well, okay, all right, okay. So
why show this like it's the authentic, like it's the real McCoy?
Who said that it's authentic?
Well, brother,
on the hold on,
clarify
no, but hold on. I don't know if you understand how weak your argument is right now.
What?
Yes, listen.
That's not the real deal. The figures are darker.
Okay, yeah. The Canaanites.
I know that. I'm a veteran with this.
I've muted the Afroasiatic so I can get a chance to speak.
Can I see this?
Just wait. I will remove the screen share so we can see the book you're showing.
Okay.
So just hold on, Jabrut. So our brother Afroasiatic is saying on the original, the Canaanites look darker, but the Egyptians look even darker. You see? So it doesn't make sense. What's important here is the difference of shade or hue between the Egyptians that we see here and the Canaanites that we see there. And we can clearly see how pale skinned the Canaanites are. Those are people that you call Caucasians.
Quick question, Shaka. When the Egyptians,
I'm familiar with this scene.
When the
I'm pretty sure I can tell you what's going on.
Okay. So let
me depicted themselves. They depicted the 3600 as lighter. They depicted the women as lighter.
No, hold on.
They depicted the men as darker and the women as lighter. But we know that necessarily was not the case in reality. But they did it to say something metaphorical. Am I lying?
Okay,
am I lying?
I don't know what you're talking about, but
you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Jabrut, you said this is a 3600. It's not 3600. This is like a 1300 BC.
No. The amount, right? The count that came into Kemet. Is it 3600 or 36,000? No, it's 3600, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. What are you asking about?
Isn't this the depiction of the Hyksos?
Well, here I will show you The description, it is there. It says, hold on. So it says Canaanites, copy of a mural, and it says copy, you know, they're not being slick, from a tomb at Beni Hassan, Semitic tribe people dressed in colored street costumes, and they asked permission to enter Egypt, dated to the 19th century BC. This is even older than I thought. I thought it was like the 1300. This is a 19th century BC, so this is around 1900 BC.
These are not.
Yes, go ahead.
So these are Canaanites and not Hyksos.
Well, it says here Canaanite. I have a video from the British Museum where they say that the Hyksos are Canaanites, but not all scholars agree. People don't really know exactly where the Hyksos came from, because when they fled, when Amos and Kamos's family chased them away, they fled to Syria, Palestine. That's one of the reasons why they believe that they were most likely from this area. Besides, the Hyksos had some name like Yaqub. They had some El also. So
Hapiru, right?
Well, Hapiru is a term like Amu to describe a group of people, group of Semitic people, so or Asiatic. So even Hapiru, we don't know exactly who they are or where they came from.
Yeah, that's from the Amarna letters.
We know that they are not indigenous Egyptians, just like the Hyksos were not. And just for the record, so people can see that. Hold on, if
I agree with you though. I just believe the race mixing had to happen before all of that.
It really didn't. It really didn't though. When we look at the genetics, it really didn't. It was still, those people were still very highly melanated up into around 6,000. Then when we see the Bronze Age collapse, that's when we see them come in. The Europeans come in. They create the Bronze Age collapse.
Okay, but now just for the people, so they have some reference. Hyksos, Palestinian descent. I'm sharing the link in the chat and I'm showing to the people so they can see that I'm not making it up. That's the video here when I'm in the Louvre Museum, back when I had dreadlocks. I'm sorry, Louvre Museum. I'm in the British Museum, London, England. And we will see that they mention that they are of Palestinian descent. So that means from Canaan. The Hyksos.
The Hyksos?
Yes, the Hyksos. It's pronounced Hyksos, but it's okay.
Don't you know that the Hausa say that they come from Canaan? We gotta respect these traditions,
okay.
You just can't run
but
over
I thought
the
Canaan was just a part of us. I thought that was our little sister.
They are a part of us.
Hold on. You said you thought they were a part of us. That's a belief. That's something that you think.
No, it's
Do
not.
you have any reference? Do you have any evidence? Because if you're thinking about what our scholars used to say, oh, the Jews, the Hebrews were black, Jesus was black.
No, I don't believe that crap. No, I got the elders and I go off their research. Dr. Ben, the elders, but I thought that the Hyksos were of Indo-European, not Canaan. I didn't think they were Canaanites. So now you're telling me Canaanites.
Now, hold on. When you say Indo-European, do you mean white people or do you mean people who lived in Europe?
Asiatics.
Okay. Well, do you know what a Canaanite is?
I thought that we left the land, and what we left was our people.
What I mean is, where is Canaan located?
The Levant, right after the Sinai.
And the Levant, in which part of the world is it located? Which continent?
To me, it's still in Africa, but you would call that what? Middle East.
Oh, I get you now. I understand what you mean. Okay, if you consider Canaan to be part of Africa, then I understand. But really, as far as the whole world and the scholars and the historians are concerned, not only it is part of the Middle East, but more specifically when it comes to the continent, because the Middle East, of course, is not a continent. When it comes to the continent, it is Asia. You see, just like Arabia. See, so indeed, the Canaanites are Asiatics.
Black.
So we never. So help me understand. So I thought we was there first.
Well, this is very interesting what you're saying right now. When you say first, you need to specify which time period you're talking about. If you're
this is pre-dynastic. This is before.
Well, pre-dynastic, I cannot tell you what they look like. I don't have any records. I haven't seen any records, any depictions of them. So anybody's free to believe that they look white or they look black or they look Chinese.
Wait.
But
help me understand. Please help me understand. Okay. I thought the Pharaoh Tutmosis, or maybe it was Amenhotep II. I'm not sure. I don't got one of my books right now, but I thought one of them went to sleep under the Sphinx, and he had to bury out the Sphinx, and they had no knowledge of this. So doesn't that show some type of civilization in that area before we got there?
I don't understand what you're saying right now.
There is no references to us building the Great Pyramids. We all know that, right?
But it's there.
Where?
But it's there in Kemet. The pyramids are there, so we know it's been built.
So why did the Pharaoh be so? Was he not surprised when he had to unbury the Sphinx? Or is that?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. The Pharaoh unburying the Sphinx. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know where that comes from.
Okay, so maybe
and I really doubt that any Pharaoh will unbury the Sphinx. I really doubt that the Sphinx during the civilization of Kemet will be buried. You know.
So Tutmosis, he didn't unbury the Sphinx. So that's.
Well, I'm not aware of Tutmosis unburying the Sphinx. That's something I never heard of. So if it happened, where did you get that from? What's the source?
Well, I have a few. Most of them are either Dr. Ben. I got Molef. I got a few.
Well, if you can find the quote, but I mean, the only time I've heard about people unburying the Sphinx, basically uncovering, removing the sand from the Sphinx, that's when Napoleon's army went to Egypt, which is like the 1800. And they were surprised to see the phenotype of the face of the Sphinx. And people say that they blew the cannon, and that's why the face of the Sphinx is damaged.
Okay, so I'm reading European because I know they do a lot of whitewashing. So my research said that Amenhotep II, the crown was passed down to Tutmosis, I believe the 5th, at a premature death or something like that of his elder brother. And I thought that he was the one that discovered the Sphinx through a dream that Ra spoke to him and told him to unbury it. Now, I can just completely throw that out in research.
What? If you're talking about a dream, if it's reported that he had a dream, it's a story that I don't know. We're talking about a civilization that lasted for 3,000 years, so it's difficult to know every single thing during 3,000 years. And besides, it was 5,000 years ago, because we are 2,000 years after the end of this civilization. But all this to say that if he had a dream, that's something else. It doesn't mean that it's something that actually happened in history.
So he didn't leave a stela or nothing like that saying these things?
He might have left a stela, because at the bottom of the Sphinx, towards the legs, there is a stela. But a Sphinx being covered during the time of the pharaohs, it's not something that I know. Oh, I've never heard of that. I'm pretty sure, because it's in the Giza plateau and it's near the pyramids, that nothing was covered by the sand or by anything at all. I never heard that in my life.
So where is Mennefer?
Mennefer, that's Memphis. It's city of Kemet.
Yeah, so they didn't reach. So maybe maybe my reach. I don't know, because I thought they didn't reach there yet because they just left Waset. Where's Waset?
Waset is what we call Thebes today. The Karnak temple is in Waset. Waset is basically the Middle Nature name of what the Greeks called Thebes.
Okay. All right.
Now, let me see how they used to call the area of the Giza Plateau to see which city it will be back then. So Giza, Giza Plateau, Giza Necropolis. What would it be back then? This article too long. Maybe I have a better chance with Britannica. Let me look in Britannica 2012.
Are these the same as the Shoshu, the Bedouin people? Is the depiction you showed, are those the Apiru people, the 3,600 of the Apiru?
Well, I all I can tell you is what the authors said. The authors wrote, and I showed it to the screen. They wrote that those are Canaanites, and later on they added that those people are Semitic tribesmen. When you say Hapiru is a name of a group of people, because in Kemet we have records of different tribes, including Nubia, you see. So we don't know for sure exactly who the Hapirus were, you see. There is a generic term, which is Amu. Amu is usually translated as Asiatic, you see. So it's a bit like if today you ask me, are those Asiatics? But if you say Asiatic, are you talking about people from Syria? Are you talking about people from Arabia? Are you talking about people from, well, some people might differ in opinion with Iraq, but it could be Syria, it could be Canaan, it could be Arabia, it could be Yemen.
Okay. So anything outside the Nile was considered Asiatic?
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. But all I'm saying is that what I'm trying to say is that we don't know exactly who the Hapirus were, you see. What's for sure is that the Hapiru, the Hyksos, they were Asiatics. Now, where did they come from exactly? We don't know. So when you see depiction of Asiatics, you might have the term Amu. Now, Hapiru, I have not yet read it from some original text, but it is known, so I don't think that there's no truth to that. But I have not. But Amu, I've seen that on text. You see. Yeah, I will leave it there because I don't want to make it a bit complicated. But we don't know for sure exactly who they are, and yeah, it's like the term Bedouin. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. The term Bedouin is like a generic term. If you say Bedouin, it might be some people from Libya, it might be people from Morocco, it might be people from Algeria. It's like saying Berber or Amazigh. The Amazigh, they are in North Africa. They are in what we call the Maghreb, which is Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, and forgot which other place. So
I could. So we didn't. I thought we was in. I thought in the Old Kingdom we conquered these lands all the way up to what we would call Syria today, and eventually, over time, we migrated back home to the Nile. But we left these lands and left what we would call gods, netters, whatever. I thought we left civilization there in them lands, and these is where we get these people from. Now I may be wrong, but that's what I thought.
I think it's not exact because indeed Kemet has invaded many different areas and they had control over those areas. just like the British invaded Africa. Now they went to Nigeria. It doesn't make the British Nigerians. Just like the people of Kemet going to Syria, Palestine, it does not make them Syrio Palestinians. You see what I'm getting? So it doesn't mean that they brought civilization, they ruled, they had control, but those people, they were there.
Were
before.
Africans.
Come again?
Weren't they Africans?
According to the depictions, I would say no. And that's why I invite you to see that video called White Semites Black Awakening. That you can find the link in the description of this video as well, but I shared it in the chat. But there's so many new messages. But I go through many different books. Now, in the book, you have that reproduction, or like they say, the copy of Beni Hassan. But the vast majority of the artifacts that we see in the books are pictures of the originals. Furthermore, I've been going to museums on a very regular basis showing depictions of Asiatics, people of the Levant, and we can see their phenotype, and it's usually the same. Caucasoid phenotype or Indo-European type, you see. And
so who is these? Who is these people? Can you see these people? Now help me understand.
No,
all right.
Can you put it like rotate it towards the left? Can you rotate? Oh, it's probably your computer. Because we see it.
Hold on.
We see it like this. It's probably flipping. I forgot which tune this comes from, but by the way, this is what I was trying to show when we had the Sister Matron on.
I can't.
This shows. It's okay. It's okay. No, don't worry. This is it's labeled as a nation, group of nations, and so on. But if I'm able to see the glyph, I could tell you what they call those people.
They're whitewashed glyphs. Well, to my understanding. Well, let me not say that. It's a few.
You can say that if you want to, but what you have shown, I think, is a reproduction. But the original is there. The original is there, and the reason why they made those reproduction is because the original is fairly damaged. The color has faded. That's the reason why they make those reproduction. But once again, even though the colors are fading, some people want to argue, okay, there they made them whiter. Everybody could see from what you have shown that we have different shades. Some people have darker shades. So in the original, even if the original shows darker skin tone for what we see as white on the reproduction, on the original, the other skin tones will be even darker. I don't know if people really see or understand what I'm trying to say.
I understand.
They look at people in back of you.
I don't want to take the claim that I read Medunetter, but I can understand it. Over time, I get what it's saying. And the reason I say it's whitewashed, or maybe I'm wrong, is because some of it is glyphs I've never seen before. But now you're telling me that they found it, which I thought they destroyed it, but you're saying they found it kind of faded away.
Well, I want to find a video to show you an example, and you will understand what I mean when I say fading away. There it is. So for the record, for those who are not on the live stream, I'm sharing the link in the chat, and I put color fading away. I wrote color the American way, that the U, and now I'm going to share the screen. And as a matter of fact, I will share with the audio. So
look at the depictions of the individuals there. So this appears to be a couple because of the way she's holding him, and underneath this has to be a child, not only because of the size, but also because of that lock, which is typically the lock of children. This is some offerings. Look how the material is deteriorating, fading away over the time. We're going to look at the time period for this artifact. Even here, you can see that the red ochre is fading away, but nevertheless, it says, hymn of Imenemes, chief of the cattle of Amun, 18th dynasty between 1500 and 1200 BCE, made out of limestone, and you have the reference here, C286. I will not translate all of it there. I might come back here some other time, but the glyph on this artifact looks lovely, very neat, very neat.
Okay. So what I don't understand is, how is it that we can I'm confused. Why didn't we depict the Greeks then? Is the Greeks also the Hyksos?
I wouldn't say the Greeks are the Hyksos, but the Hyksos. In order for the people of Kemet to depict the Greeks, there will have to be an encounter with the Greeks. Now, some Greek people went to Kemet, but that's after the late period. That's after the indigenous Africans ruled. So I don't know if the Greeks went to Kemet. And even if they went to Kemet, maybe the people of Kemet did not find it necessary to depict them. Maybe they were so significant that they did not depict them, because they depicted many people, just like you have shown yourself. You see? So we don't even know if the Greeks went there, like, let's say 1500 BC, 2000 BC. We don't know.
Okay.
And you know, besides, when you mention the Greeks, can we say that Greeks existed in 2000 BC? Because even the language itself, we have seen that it goes back to like how do they call it, the old phase or something like that, the old stage.
Dorians and the Ionians.
Well, the syllabic script, it goes back like 1400 BC. And yes, indeed, they mentioned the Mycenaeans, you know, the Mycenaeans. So
Minoans are before the Mycenaeans. And Minoans are the dark ones.
Well, what was it?
Minoans are dark.
Yes, fine, but Encyclopedia Britannica. Yes, fine, yes, but well, I've shown some depiction showing humans, males, painted with the black color, and they're having sex, homosexual sex. So if people want to claim black Mayonans, you know, they can go ahead and, you know, but
that's Greek, right?
I ain't say nothing about their sexual orientation. I just said they was black.
No. Okay. We're going to deal with that. We're going to deal with that. Hold on. We're going to deal with that.
And now, they are.
Yes. Okay. No problem. Now, Encyclopedia Britannica did not mention Minoans. It mentioned Mycenaeans. Okay. People can go back, you know.
Minoans are before the Mycenaeans.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they had like 3000 BC.
Okay.
Minoans older than that.
Okay. Let me share this.
They flourished around that time. They could be older now. I don't know, but they flourished around 3000, 35. Oh, yeah, around that time.
Oh yeah. They came to visit at the tomb of Rick Mayer.
But aren't these
figures? hold on, please. Let's do one thing at a time, okay? Now, I'm putting up once again Encyclopedia Britannica, okay? And here, I'm highlighting. Well, actually, it doesn't show us blue here, so forget about this. So I'm highlighting. No, I'm sorry, forget about the highlighting. Once again, it says, I'm reading from the second sentence. Okay, I will read from the beginning again. Greek language, Indo-European language spoken primarily in Greece. It has long and well-documented history, the longest of any Indo-European language spanning 34 centuries. That's the second sentence now. There is an ancient phase subdivided into a Mycenaean period text in syllabic script attested from the 14th to the 13th century BC. So it talks about Mycenaean, it does not talk about Minoans. Okay, so I want to get that out of the way.
Are the elder.
Well, you can talk about any elders you want, but I'm just saying let's not put words into the mouth, quote unquote, mouth of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, as for
Encyclopedia Britannica, Minoans are the elder civilization.
Okay, fine. Now I should find that video easily.
So wait, hold on. If Minoans, which I believe they are older, like I said, around 3000 BC, which I do understand.
Wait, please, just one moment. I want to.
That's Chalcolithic.
Hold on. No, I want to do things. I want to do things in order. That's all. I don't want to forget. So hold on. I'm going to share, but naked black Greeks.
I mean, come on.
Hold on, brother.
We don't want to see that, brother. I'm not talking about this.
Wait, so the Minoans is black Greeks?
Hold on, wait. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do.
Come on, brother. Don't shoot.
Okay, there it is. Okay.
We natural men, brother.
Okay.
We don't want to see.
Okay. Just wait. Okay. So if people don't want to see that, this is art. They don't have to look at it. It's fine. But this is not. This is painting. Okay. This is not a picture of dudes, and this is from a museum. Okay. So here it is. This, and by the way, Afro-Asiatic and Jabrut are still there, but I just removed them from the panel because I started muting Afro-Asiatic, but he can unmute himself, which he did. So to avoid the confusion and to avoid going back and forth and arguing, I will put them back on the panel after. This, what you're seeing on the screen, brothers and sisters, this is one of the reasons why some people claim that the Minoans or the Greeks or the people from Crete were black, simply because those individuals have been painted with the black color. You see? And I think it's a shortcut. Now, besides, as you can see, that person is depicted with a black color. The color of the painting is black. But look at the hair. Does it look like kinky hair to you? Does it look like afro hair to you? It looks like straight hair to me. It looks like it's floating in the wind. But there are some more depictions. Look at this. Hold on. Let me go back. Now, brothers and sisters, look at this phenotype. Does it look like black phenotype to you? And does it mean that we as a people, the black Greeks or black Minoans or black people of Crete, does it mean that we used to run around naked, walk around naked? Come on now. They just happen to use black color for the paint. Because when we look at artifacts from Kemet, not only we can see that they are black in color, that they are black skin, but we can also see the blackness from their phenotype, the nose, the mouth, and the hair. You see? So we need to avoid shortcuts. You see? Naked. Did we used to run around naked? 500 BC. This is the area of Greeks and all that. Of Greece and all this area. Now those are not naked here. Those are. I mean, look at this nose. And I know some people will say, oh, we have all kind of phenotype, all kind of nose. But you can ask any scholar, any historian, were those people black? They were not. And sometimes you can see like here, you have one person depicted with the white color and the others depicted with the black color. And that's the color of the paint. Look at this nose here, there on the left. Does it look like a black phenotype? Not to me. So we need to be careful with this our label shortcuts, really. Like here, the males are naked. Now this one is not naked, but this one on the right is naked. This one on the left is naked. So I will leave it there. You are back on, brothers.
Shaka, brother.
Yes.
Your Europeans took over the area. Indeed. You know, I don't argue against that. But the original inhabitants, we can go as far back and we can go into the terminology Ibero-Mauritian. Now, when we look at the term Ibero-Mauritian, it's a compound term. It's two words. We have Iberia and we have Maurus or Mari Mauritian because it's akin to the terminology Moor. But Ibero-Mauritian is at 23,000 years ago, before present. That stock, that North African stock, was on both sides. It was in North Africa, Mediterranean, Crete, and in the Iberian Peninsula, southern France, Italy, Spain. This was all populated by dark-skinned, basically North African people. Their genetics is they're E markers. That's why we see a lot of these Europeans with E markers, because we're their daddies.
Okay,
not
okay.
because
Now, brother,
not because they're our fathers. It's because they had to have a place to come from.
Brother,
They come from us, brother.
You talked about North Africa.
Yes.
Now 2500 BC.
No, 23,000 years ago.
Okay, all right, okay. 23,000 years ago, if you claim, if you're of the opinion that people in North Africa were black, I don't have a problem with that. I'm mainly focusing on Asiatics. We have the depiction of the Asiatic themselves, the Mesopotamians in the Standard of War, 2500 BC. That's hold on. That's themselves. Then we have the depictions that the people of Kemet made of the foreigners. Okay, so my argument is from 2500 BC till our time period, modern period, the phenotype of the inhabitants of the Asiatics, Mesopotamians, the Sumerians, have been the same.
So you think Hannibal?
Hold on.
Hannibal looked like Brad Pitt?
Hold on.
You think?
Well, probably not.
Or Yaphet
hold on. Probably not like Brad Pitt, but what are the evidence? What are the evidence to say that Hannibal was black? And besides, when you talk about hold on. When you talk about 23,000 years ago, I don't do that type of thing. So if you say,
no, you said 2,500.
Okay, 2,500, 25. Come on, 2,500.
You said 20. No, you brought it back up to 2,500 BC. Go ahead, though. I'm listening.
Wait. I got a question for ACN.
Hold on. Just let me try to answer that question. When I said 2,500 BC, I was talking about the Standard of War. That's the date that the British Museum gave for the Standard of War. That's the reason why I mentioned 2,500 BC. Now, you talked about 20,000 BC and so on. If you want to say that The Canaanites were black in 20,000 BC. I don't deal with that type of dates, so I don't have any argument with that. But from 2500 BC, the people of the area, as far as I've concerned and as I have demonstrated, they were of the same phenotype. They were Caucasoid type.
No, I just want to establish an African base in the Iberian Peninsula, in southern France.
Oh no, but
I already know about all that. We circumnavigated the earth. I already know about that. Can we get to the big stuff?
I'm telling that to shock.
No, but brother, you're talking about Europe right now. I'm also talking about the Asiatics.
Right.
All right. So
go ahead, Jabrut. Go ahead, Jabrut.
Why is all these places like Minoans, the Phoenicians, why is all this stuff part of Greek mythology? If they black people, which I do believe the original people were black people, eventually some type of whitewashing happened. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe war, famine. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I can never repeat myself enough.
Because they know the black man is God, and they made the black man and woman gods in their mythology, in their mythos.
Elijah Muhammad said that white people are gods too. I've quoted that, but
they are gods of wickedness. Yeah.
Well, that's not what he said. He said gods of their own world. So he labeled them as gods.
Their world is wicked.
I see them as
fine. But hold on, Jabrut. When you say the original people were black, you can make the same arguments for Europeans. People focus on Asia, and also for strange reason now with Greece and Crete and these areas, the surrounding areas. But you heard, I'm sure some of you heard about the Grimaldi man. The Grimaldi man is said to be a black man. Why don't we say we are Europeans? Why that double standard?
We are the original Europeans.
We are. I thought it was named after Europa.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Aphrodite.
Okay, all right. So are we Africans or are we Europeans?
I'm not African.
We the original man.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, so, I believe in the original man.
Okay, well, fine. Okay. But then again, the chronology is important. If you want to say Russia was populated by black people 50,000 BC, I don't argue that, because I don't deal with that kind of dates. But when we're talking about the Asiatics, we're mainly talking about the time period of the Abrahamic era, even after the flood story, because there's not really a date for the flood story for Noah.
Wait, that's it's real? Wait, hold on.
Wait. This is just in terms of chronology. The Abrahamic belief system, it derives from Abraham. Abraham, if he existed, that's 2000 BC, and in 2000 BC we had plenty of records in different parts of the world. So we have documentation about certain people and what they did and so on. You see, so the areas when those people come from, the Abrahamic belief system, are the areas that we've been talking about this evening. You see, Syria, Palestine, Arabia, all this area, the Middle East. That's where they come from. Mesopotamia, Sumeria. That's the whole same deal when it comes to the Abrahamic believers. So they try to make those people black because they are of the opinion that those people are black. They feel like Jesus was black, Moses was black, so they have to make the Mesopotamians, the Sumerians, the Akkadians black. That's what they have to do. But sadly for them, we have records of those people.
So there was no black people in Mesopotamia at 2500 BC. That's what you're saying, Shaka?
I haven't seen them. I've seen white people, and that's the standard of war.
You saying there was zero? You can't even reason that, Shaka. That there was no. If you know that it was flooded with various African types at 6,000, according to National Geographic, then you're telling me at 2500 all of those populations evaporated?
Well, once again, 6,000 BC. Okay, 6,000. Well, let me answer. 6,000 BC. I don't deal with this kind of dates, but from 2500 BC, we have the standard of war. I did not come up with it. It's in the British Museum, London, England, and we can see the phenotype of those people. And I've shown many different artifacts, pictures of many different artifacts from different books. You see, however, as much as you try to show that there's some inconsistency, because we would supposedly have black inhabitants in Mesopotamia 6000 BC. How would they become white in 2500 BC? Might have been plenty of reason. However, how is it possible that in 2500 BC we see the origin of Abraham and his people, and we see from the standard of ore that they were Caucasian type? How do they end up jet black in Arabia, in Canaan, thousands of years later, like 2000 years later? How is that possible that we go from Caucasians to jet black? It doesn't make sense. It's not possible. But go ahead, Jabrut.
I agree with everything you're saying, and I do believe we do have to, if we disagree with what we call white man science, then we have to come up with enough evidence to disprove it. So I do agree with you. My issue is when we're talking about the Sumerians, which we do know that they started around the same time. Well, they say civilization started around the same time. Now Valley civilization started also. My question is, isn't in it, I don't know if you know the Meganetter, but if you do, doesn't it say in the Meganetter that the Sumerians was coming into Kemet to study at our mystery schools, and they were also giving us tribute?
I've never heard of that. And the thing is that I know some of the Medunetia actually give Medunetia classes.
Right.
And of course, I don't know it all because there are hundreds of glyphs. About 800. Well, at some point it was 800 and the Greeks added more. Maybe the Romans added some as well. So I don't know each and every single glyph. You know, we are used to an alphabet with 26 letters, and now we're dealing with a script with more or less 1,000 glyphs. But I've never heard about any text from Kemet mentioning Sumerians or Mesopotamians. And it's important to know what were those people called back then, because, for example, we have many brothers who talk about Hebrews. They talk about Hebrews in Kemet. Hebrews in Kemet, that does not exist. Can someone show me a text from Kemet where it talks about Hebrews? You see?
Yeah, I know that. I'm
Yeah.
past that. I'm past that. I go off of ancient texts, and I'm strict. I thought in the Meganetter, literally it's somewhere written. I have to get one of my books, but I thought that in the Meganetter, ancient people spoke of these nomads from Mesopotamia coming over to Kemet to pay tribute. They even gave us some of their daughters. Now that's just what I was taught.
Well, that is likely. When you say nomads, I agree with you. But when you said, I can't remember if you said Sumerians or Mesopotamians, that's where I would differ. But if you say nomads, yes, there's this most likely records, and those nomads could be the Hapiru, or they could be the Pekahasut that the Greeks called Hyksos, or they could be the Amu. You see?
Okay, I see.
But you know earlier, you clarified that you are past believing that they were Hebrews in Kemet, because that does not exist in any text. But most of our people, they really feel like it is a reality. They fail to understand that we don't have any record whatsoever of Hebrews in Kemet. And Hapiru is interesting because some people have tried to claim that the Hebrews are actually the Hapiru. And obviously the reason why they made that claim is because of the closeness between the word Hapiru and Hebrew. But then again, that's in the realm of linguistic acrobatics or linguistic gymnastics, because the people who are familiar with the Hebrew will know that there's no such thing as Hebrew in the Hebrew language. It is Ivri.
Right.
So when we go from Ivri to Hebrew, It's not that close anymore.
I agree.
But and when we hear our brothers and sisters, and we have an example with our brother who is there with us, Afro-Asiatic, many of the claims that he made derive from theology, derive from the Abrahamic belief system. You heard him quoting the Quran and talking about, Cushites. Now, we have Cush in the Bible. We do have Cash in the Medu Neter. So this is attested during the time period. However, it is mainly theological assessments. It's out of beliefs, because those people believe in those religions. They want to place themselves in those religions.
Right. And it always just means black anyway.
Well,
yeah, it's all black.
Cash denotes Sudan or Nubia.
Right.
Not in the genetics. In the genetics, it says Arabia, and then back into East
Egyptians
Africa.
are not original people. Didn't they come from the Nubians? Well,
Yep.
who is the Anu people?
Yes, the Anu is critical.
Well, I don't know who the Anus are. Some people say that the civilization Egypt comes from the south, comes from Nubia. Tasseri is said to be the first known. It is likely. But when it comes to the Anu, it's not something that I can answer. I don't think we will ever know where they come from.
Anu are critical, Chaka.
Yeah, they're critical, but what records do we have about the Anu? Can you name one document where the Anu are mentioned?
The Anu can't are in Nubia.
Hold on. Just 1 second, please, Jabrut. Yeah. Afro-Asiatic, can you name one document that mentions Anu? And when I say document, I don't mean a book. I mean a document from Kemet.
I believe the papyrus of Ani is a form of the Anu.
You believe?
Papyrus of Ani.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that. Aren't they talking about? Is the pygmies and the Anu the same?
Some people claim that, and you see, I'm glad you said that, because people don't really know who the Anus are. It's a bit like the Hapiru and the Hyksos. They don't really know exactly who they are.
They in Nubia. They all over the place. They in Mesopotamia. They in India.
They one of the original races, right?
Yes, the early race.
Brothers, you can all say that, but what's important is to be able to make the distinction between what the data allows us to say, and what we're thinking, what our opinions or conjecture.
The Namr's palette. Are they not depicted in the Namr's palette?
Yes.
Well, does the Namr palette mention the Anu?
Well, this is early Medu Neter, so there's no writing. Well, there's no hieroglyphs. Everything is symbolic or symbolism.
No, there is glyph on the Namr palette.
I've never seen a glyph.
Oh, well, there is Medu Neter in the Namr palette. The name Namr is.
No, I mean on the palette. I know the saying behind the palette. I'm saying like on the palette itself. Where is there any written hieroglyph?
Palette.
I see a lot when I see the palette. Hold on. I'm just trying to understand.
I will show you.
Yeah, that's a fascinating palette.
I'll show you. Now. Okay. So
and why are you looking up that? Isn't the Emerald Tablets Greek?
Well, let me just show you the Medu Neter on the Namr palette. Now, here, that stands for Nar, and the chisel stands for Mer, and we have it here as well. Nar Mer. That's his name. That's Medu Neter. Now, hold on.
That's a title.
Well, if you want. But that's still Medu Neter.
I understand Medu Neter. It's no written Medu Neter on that palette. It is all symbolic.
Hold on, brother. Right now, you I cannot follow you when you say there's no written Medu Nature. This is carved. This is like this is a writing. This is a writing.
Symbolic. Where's the hieroglyphs?
brother, how do you know that Medu Nature is hieroglyph?
Catfish.
What I'm telling you is they're showing the scene. They're not telling you nothing in writing.
Okay.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong here?
I think you are wrong.
Where do you read it? Where do I start at?
Okay. Do we agree that the Medu Nature is the hieroglyphic?
Correct.
Okay, great. Now, a text might not say much. Indeed, I agree there might be more symbolism than writing, but there is still writing. You see?
I only see a title. Help me understand. I only see a title.
Okay.
I see Hathor
Okay. Let's hold on. Let's do this way. If you see king written, king is a title, but that is still writing. Do we agree on that?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yes, this is a title. I would say it's a name, but you can say it's a title. It's just a matter of nuance, but it remains writing. This here stands for the phonetic value ch, and this is the loaf of bread that stands for the t. This is writing. This is Medu Nature.
Wait, hold on. What did you just say?
Now, this here is a glyph. Glyph, that's from the Greek. That's Medu Nature. This has a phonetic value, the sound ch.
Right, but
yeah, underneath is the loaf of bread that has the phonetic value of t, or we would say t in English.
So, again, a title, am I right?
I'm going to say I don't know what this means. I know the phonetic value, but I don't know what it means. I think it refers to that lady here, but because the T usually denotes the feminine, and this is
okay. So what about the erected phallus on the sun?
Okay, well, okay. Before we go to the next question, this is Medu Nature. This is hieroglyph.
I agree with that, but it's no written,
fine,
like a sentence.
Well, you know, brother, to say that there's no sentence is one thing, but to say that it is not written, we have the writing in front of us. You cannot deny the facts.
But you have to have, you got to look at it from my understanding. I see titles. I don't see anything. I don't see a sentence nowhere. Help me understand.
I agree if you say that you don't see any sentence, but you cannot say that there's no writing. This is the writing here and here. This is writing.
I see a title. I don't. Oh, okay, you're right. It is written in a. I agree. But I don't see. It's not telling you what's going on. This is all symbolic.
Now, that I understand. I understand what you're saying, and indeed, you have to be familiar with the symbolism to know what it says. You know, I understand that. Now, what was your question about the phallus?
Yeah, I can understand the palate. Well, as far as my understanding, I can understand the phallus. My only thing is the erection of phallus before Osiris. Was this in the ancient African spirituality? Obviously, this shows what we call Orisha and what I would call Obotala. But maybe I'm wrong.
I would say that's an interpretation, because
what is Obatala?
Huh?
What would you say? What is Obatala?
He's Ptah and Orisha. It's pretty much Ptah. But what the erection only happens with Osiris. Am I correct? That's only a custom after Osiris.
Well, I'm not trying to be nitpicking, but we have depictions of the Netzer Min with an erected phallus as well. So it's not just Osiris.
Who?
Just
what was the netter?
Min, M-I-N in English.
Okay, maybe maybe I'm Nubian, so maybe who is he in the Agdo? What is men?
Let me show you. Now this is just a Google search, and here you have different depictions of the god Min, and you can see that he has the erected phallus.
Who?
But there are. Can you see the screen?
Is this Atum? Who is see? You just put
Well,
me on to something. Is this strictly? Is this Nubian or is this when? Wait, I'll just do my own research. I'll do my own research.
This is from, for example, here. Now I don't know which temple it is, but we have a depiction that appears to be an original. You know, I don't have the reference, but this is
this with Newt? Okay, yeah, but okay, so when is the
you know, brother, what's funny is that you ask so many questions. I don't know if you ask the questions to yourself or if you ask them to me.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to further my research. You help me.
Well, brother, I don't know every single thing, but if, for example, if you want to learn the Medu Nature, I'm giving Medu Nature classes, and when I give the classes, I talk a little bit about the culture as well. So if you are interested, feel free, you know. But besides that, if you can go on your own and study, but there are plenty of deities. Earlier you mentioned Sobek Hotep, right? Or maybe it was Afro-Asiatic, but
Sobek Hotep.
Yes, Sobek is a deity, is a nature, you see, and the anthropomorphic, or let's say the
crocodile, right?
Yes, crocodile. You see, so
the Nile deity. Okay, you said the Nile deity.
No, not the Nile deity. That would be happy. But just to say that there are
you said crocodile, so yes, that's the devourer of souls, right? So called.
No, the devourer soul, that would be Amit. That's the animal, that's the hybrid animal that we see in the judgment scene when the feather of Ma'at is
so what is
weighted.
that? That's like a Leviathan.
Well, brothers, I don't mind you asking. Brothers, I don't mind you.
You got a different teaching. I see where you're going. Okay, no, I'm with you. Keep going. I'm with you.
Okay, fine. But I'm just trying to say, brothers, I don't mind the questions, but at least allow me to finish answering before you ask me another question. Because, like,
no, keep going.
Yeah. No, that's for both of you. That's for both of you. Now, I'm not saying it's a Leviathan. That's what Afro-Asiatic said. Okay. Now, Amit, that hybrid animal, like, you know, the mouth of a crocodile, and some parts look like a lion, and some parts that look like a hippopotamus. The symbolism is that if you're not righteous after the weighing of the scale, that creature, that animal, will devour you or your heart. That's what the symbolism is. So
is that psychology?
Well, you can call it what you want, but the main idea is you should act right. If you don't act right, you will not get into the afterlife, and the afterlife is like what we in our modern time like to call paradise.
Okay, this is strictly Kemetic. This isn't Nubian. This isn't joint. This is strictly. I understand what you're saying. Well, I know exactly what you're saying. This is from This is from like the Delta. Am I right?
No, I wouldn't say the Delta.
Shit, this isn't. That
would be further south. You know, like you asked about what I said earlier. What I said, that's around Aswan, which is at the border with Nubia. I mean, will some people say that Aswan is in Nubia as well? Because Nubia, you have some parts of Egypt and some parts of Sudan.
I've never heard this in Nubia. Wait, so you telling me this is Nubian?
I'm saying this is from Kemet.
Right, but what part? This is upper, right?
Upper Egypt, that's the south.
This is where this knowledge derives from, right?
Hold on. Upper Egypt is the south. Lower Egypt is the north.
Correct.
Sudan, correct. Now the beginning of
no. The north is not Sudan. Sudan is in the south.
The north is the delta.
So Sudan will be around Upper Egypt.
The north is the delta, going towards the delta, all the way down, where it branches out.
Yes, yes.
Where it branches out.
Okay, so y'all mix. I see how y'all do. Y'all doing it like the Europeans. All right.
No,
well,
no.
Nubia.
Hold on.
Nubia.
Hold on. I cannot.
I don't split it like that. I know what you're saying, but I don't split it like that.
Wait.
I know who this is.
Wait. I cannot let you get away with this. This is a field, an academic field.
They tell you Upper Egypt. That's what they tell you, right? Don't say me. Don't.
Okay.
Man.
Now. Okay.
Listen.
So obviously, you have an issue with Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. Apparently, that you have an issue with that. But do you know why it's called Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt? Why?
Yes.
Upper? Okay,
white crown, red crown. I know about all that.
No,
I'm
not asking about the crown. I'm asking you.
Hold
on.
Florida Nile.
There
yes,
is.
the Nile is beginning in the south. That's what the Imaginators. I already know about that. But what I'm trying to
go ahead.
The blue and white Nile. I already know. But what can we get to this cult or whatever you want to call this? Men. Where is men from? Who does he derive from? Is he self-creating, or is he from another network?
Okay. That I don't know.
See, when you don't know, I don't know neither. That could be Greek. See, I need to know the beginning story.
Hold on. That cannot be Greek. The Greek language is not.
So where is he from?
You know,
is he from Newt?
You see, brother, I'm answering a question. I'm saying like 3 words, and you ask me another question. If you want, you can go on some universities' website and look up Egyptologists, look up the PhDs, and send them an email and ask them where is mean from, and see what they will answer to you. You see?
So you don't know. Okay.
I told you earlier that I don't know where mean is from.
And my question would be, Shaka, where is bot from that is on Norma's palette? That's a critical question.
Where is who?
Bot? Hathor. Hathor is also bot. B-A-T.
Correct. So
on Norma's palette, where is bot from?
Well, we know that. Well, I don't know what he's gonna say. I know. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is your page. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. But you're asking me where mean is from. It's like me going to a Muslim and asking where is Allah from, or going to a Hebrew and asking where is Yahweh from. There's some things you just don't know. Some things you just don't know. Yeah.
So he's self-creating.
It's one God.
So he's before the beginning. Is he before the primordial waters?
You need to ask the Muslims. I'm not a Muslim, but there's some things that people don't know. We don't know everything.
The Quran says it was black substance, Shaka. That's what the Quran say. The Quran says.
Why don't you make the description that that's not Nubian and that's Kemetic? That is not in Nubia.
But what is the problem here?
I mean, I'm sorry. It's in Nubia, but it's not Kemetic.
Okay, what is the problem here? What is the issue? I don't see what the problem is here.
What y'all call this? I don't know what y'all call in the north and the south. I just don't care. Nubia and Kemet was different. What I'm saying is, men. Where does men come from? Because he is Nubian. But I don't have any knowledge of men.
Wait.
Nubia.
Wait. Who told you that mean is Nubian? Who told you that mean is Nubian?
It has to be. It has to be Nubian. It's pre-Kemet. Anything pre-Kemet is Nubia.
That's according to you.
That's just through my knowledge. Prove. Where am I wrong at?
It is.
It's in the pyramid text.
It's Cushitic.
You said, hold on. You said it's in the pyramid text. So you're saying that in the pyramid text, it states that Min is Nubian. Is that what you're saying?
No, I know nothing. Like I said, I know this is new to me. I know nothing of men. Now I do know there were different teachings, which I do honor that, and I do honor this is Nubian. I'm trying to understand: is he self-creating, or did he come from something?
I don't have an answer for that.
Self-created.
I don't have an answer for that. And once again, I'm repeating myself, brothers and sisters, understand that there are some things that we will never know. Don't try to find out.
Who says that though, Shaka? Who says that?
Well, many people.
Wait,
hold
true,
on,
because we know
I'm trying to answer. The reason I'm saying that, I can give an example. We have the tales of the Bible with Adam, Eve, and they have their two sons, Cain and Abel. Cain kills Abel. Then Cain is Cain is kind of cursed, kind of an outcast, but still has some protection because he was afraid to die. And he went and he met his wife. And many people say, oh, but where does the wife come from? Because it was only Adam who was the first man, and the woman came out of him. So if they have two sons,
fused. You didn't tell me he was fused. You had me going thinking I ain't know. He was fused into Aman.
You should stand Kemet. Yeah, stand Kemet.
Okay, I don't know what you brothers are saying right now, but all I'm saying is that if God created Adam, who was the first man, and then Eve was taken out of Adam's rib. Hold on, wait. I'm not talking about Ptah. I'm talking about the tales of the biblical tale of Genesis.
Ptah is
wait.
Where do you get? I want to know. Please keep going.
Thank you for allowing me. So Adam and Eve Adam is the first human being. According to Genesis, it's the first and the only human. Then a woman came out of him. Okay,
no, that's a lie.
Okay. Well, why is it a lie?
And if we talk in scriptures, when they was banned, they was sent to the land of Nod. It was humans there. So we can't skip past that. If we talk in scripture, I don't care about scriptures. I want to talk about Mejunetter only. But if you're gonna go to scriptures,
wait, but hold on. Then I can play the devil's advocate and do like the Christians or the Abrahamic believers do. Where these other people come from? The Bible did not mention any other people being created.
Well, my question.
Hold on. Wait. Afrazadi, the question is for Jabrut. Where did these people come from? You said according to the scriptures. Where did you get that from? Where did they come from?
It's in the scriptures.
No. Where did they come from?
Well, I did my research. To me, they talking about the Nile Valley. I don't care about scriptures. I'm a Hebrew slayer. I want to talk about Mejunetter.
Yeah. Well, I don't care. I don't care either.
You can't slay this Hebrew.
Yeah, the thing.
What?
Well, okay. All I was trying to show is that you asked me where Min is from. I don't have an answer for that. If I asked you where those other people are from, you don't have an answer for that. All you can say is that
land of Nod. I just told you it's the Nile Valley.
You're saying that the Bible states that some people were in that land of Nod, but it doesn't say where they came. What I mean by where they came from is that how did it come about? That's what I mean. The Bible does not explain that.
Simple. The scriptures don't tell you. It's simple. The scriptures don't tell you about a travel. It don't tell you he went far. Obviously, the Garden of Eden is in Africa. We all know that. So if they didn't go far, obviously they're either talking about the Nile or they talking about the Congo River. Pick one. I don't care.
Okay. I'm going to word it a different way. Does the Bible mention the creation of any other people besides Adam and Eve?
Yes.
The Quran does.
Okay, please tell me the passage so we can look it up.
The land of Nod. I just told you that.
No, people. I said people. Does the Bible mention?
It did. They sent. They was sent there and they multiply. It's in the scriptures. Right. I don't have. Matter of fact, let me get my books. Hold on.
Yeah, let me get my books. My question to you, Shaka, would be: is there a consonant at the consonant root? Is there a link between al-Fatiha in Arabic and Ptah in Mejunetter? Is there a root link by consonant between Patah in Kemet and Al-Fatiha in Arabic, the first surah of the Quran?
I don't understand that question, but
what you don't understand
there's no
about
such thing. There's no such thing as.
Do they bear the same consonant root? Does Patah of Kemet bear the same consonant root as Al-Fatiha of the Holy Quran?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
I'm in front
not.
of my library.
Yes, it does.
Well,
yes, it does. I posed the question. I posed the question to the brother Ja as well. I can't see the rest of his.
Okay, no problem. Let's deal with this. Let's deal with this. What are the consonant root for Patah? What are the letters?
All right, I'm ready. I'm sorry, I didn't hear nothing.
Yes.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, hold on. Just before. Hold on. Just before Jabrut goes in, brother Afro-Asiatic, what are the consonant root for Patah? What are the letters?
What, in English?
No. This question goes to Asiatic black men. Afro-Asiatic.
From Arabic, I asked
No.
brother.
Patah, brother. What are the consonant root of Patah?
Patah,
what is the consonant root of Patah?
Go ahead and demonstrate, Shaka. I know
no,
you know.
I'm asking you.
Is it the same as Al-Fatiha of the Quran? That's my question. The first chapter of the Quran.
My answer was absolutely no. And you said that
yes,
it was.
Yes, so, it is.
Well, if you're saying that it is, it means that you know. It means that you know the consonant root.
I do know it.
So okay. So what is the consonant root of Patah?
It's obvious. Look at the word. Al-Fatiha.
I would like you to
remove the al and look at Fatiha. It means in Arabic. It means
okay, fine. You don't want to answer. You don't want. Okay,
it means
thank you.
He.
Okay, Jabrut, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't know where we're at. I'm sorry.
Well, you said that you were going to tell us.
I just had an original question. I've been following the Greeks for about 3 years.
All right. It's difficult to have a conversation. It is 5 a.m. right now. So we're going to forget about the Bible. And you have a question about the Medu Nature, then feel free. You are unmuted. Go ahead, Jabrut. Please ask your question about the Medu Nature.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to intrude. I don't know where we at. I just had a question about.
Yes, go ahead. Please ask your question.
We already did it. You told me the answer. It was about the Greeks. I done read all their stuff, and now I know how to further my research.
Oh, that's beautiful then. Well,
I'm good, and I appreciate your work. I'm just linking up my card now. I'm gonna send you a few dollars. I do know you in Great Britain, so
I'm in New York now. I was in Great Britain. I'm in France now.
Even better.
Even better. But thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm not saying it's the case for you, but many brothers tell me I'm going to give you a donation and I don't receive anything, but it's fine. Nobody's on the
I'm part of the nation, but I got you.
But brother, I'm curious. Earlier you said that you are Fulani. If you don't mind answering, it's up to you. Where are you from?
I'm from upstate New York.
No, I mean originally.
Well, my dad is from Ethiopia. He claimed Fulani tribe. My mom is, we in America. I consider her Bantu because obviously that's where all the slaves came from. But I'm not too sure about my mom's side.
Fulani have an interesting migration pattern.
Are you familiar with some of the language of Ethiopia, like Amharic or Oromo or?
I know a little. I know a little Swahili. They speak Swahili because they migrated, but very little. They speak it regularly.
Unasema Kiswahili? Hapana? Well, you don't.
No, I only know a little. I can speak a little. I don't know much.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been reading. I've been learning Medunetter. I don't care for the Swahili, the English, the Spanish. I don't care for that.
Well, Swahili is still a Bantu language, even though there's a lot of Arabic. But okay, all right. Well, for all the Swahili speakers, ujambo, karibu, kwaheri. well,
told you
brothers,
I'm a Fulani Duma.
Okay.
What you say, Damu.
Damu blood.
Yeah, I claim Fulani. I don't claim.
Damu is from Arabia.
Oh, Gamu. Sorry, I thought he said Damu. Okay.
I said Damu. I said blood. I said blood. I said blood.
Okay.
Damu is Arabian. Fortress of Adamutu.
But I understand that we was in Arabia. Arabia was part of Africa.
That is correct.
Well, if Arabia was part of Africa, then Spain has to be also part of Africa. Don't you think so? I mean, if you brothers talk about
big difference,
well, brothers, if you
it's
talk
only
about
10 miles.
Okay, if you talk about Pangea,
I heard.
If you
is we talking about before that desert was there? That's the question. Because that desert wasn't always there.
It wasn't.
Okay. Well, fine. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. I'm going to put an end to this live stream, and because we've been live streaming for 5 hours and 21 minutes, and it's 5 a.m. in France, I will not make people do their closing remarks because I really want to get some sleep.
I need your Cash App though.
Well, my Cash App is Ma'at Forever, just like the name of the channel. Yes, Ma'at Forever.
All right.
And so I'm going to remove everybody from the panel, and I will make my closing remarks. So thank you very much for being there, Brother Afrizadi, Brother Jabut, and Sister Matron. So, hold on. Okay. So yes, brothers and sisters, I don't live stream for 5 hours often, but I was in the mood to dialogue, and I'm happy that the brothers and sisters called in. And as you have seen, you rarely find human beings that agree on everything. And Black people, we are all over the place and we have many different beliefs. So as you have heard, there's quite a fair bit of things we disagree with. But as you have witnessed, we're able to discuss about our disagreement in a political and respectful manner. And I wish we will continue to do that. And I wish more people would do that, because as we become older, we're supposed to be wiser, and we're supposed to accept that people have difference of opinion. We don't have to fight about it. Sometimes it can get heated. Sometimes people can be angry, but still there's no need to disrespect or to call names. So we can always talk even if we disagree. And you have witnessed that not only today, but at many other times. So you know, whoever you are, that if you want to have discussion with me, you are free to do so, even if you don't agree. That's totally fine. However, if you make claims, you will be asked to substantiate your claims, and it's really a form of respect, because otherwise everybody can come and claim anything and they cannot give any reference, So if you cannot give the name of an artifact or archaeological document, well, at least if you can give the name of a scholar that makes whatever claim you agree with, that would be helpful. But one good thing is that with the questions that have been asked today, and at other time, I have the opportunity to show some artifacts, to show some references, and I hope it will help my people to understand the importance of records, data. If we deal with history, particularly ancient history, it is crucial that we refer to data, records. The Bible is not a historical book. The Bible, as we have it today, is not a record. You are free to look for the oldest records of the Bible, and you will surely be surprised. That being said, I'm very happy about this conversation that I had. And remember, whoever's interested in learning the metanature, I give classes. And I will end with this. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm not allowed to by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. And I will put the outro. You will see once again the email address and 2 testimonials, one from a brother and one from a sister, testimonial about the Medu Neter class. Hotep Senu and Asenut. Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Neter classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Medu Neter class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Medu Neter lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Medu Neter, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Medu Neter, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neter classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neter class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.